просто друзья, которые были в Польше, и говорят, что в Польше не очень сильно долюбливают Бендеру, потому что он как бы был поляка против всех, вот Украина и все. То есть вот так.
Who is Степан Бандера? Степан Бандера то є патріот, який воював за націю, за Україну.
Dlaczego on jest w Ukrainie bohaterem?
Pan nie będzie, ja nie będę o tym.
Bendera, fuck the communism, fuck the Nazis. Bendera sit in the control.
Wie pan jaki? OUN, to jest OUN.
Jak pan to ocenia?
To zdecydowanie, to jest zdecydowanie nie do przyjęcia. Absolutnie nie do przyjęcia. Oni muszą od tego odstąpić. Historia jest historią, niech oni napiszą, że coś było takiego, ale nie można na tym wychowywać młodzieży szkolnej i narodu.
Mhm. Okej. With our appreciation to all the RPG fans. Wow. All right. I will. I am playing Baldur's Gate 3 on with Karasu. I play it with Karasu. If you want me to play Baldur's Gate 3, tell Karasu. There is time to play. Today we play a new game, Eiyuden Chronicles. Wow. Oh. Start a new game to receive Rune of Speed period ring in your stow pack. Honorable flag has been added. I'm gonna be playing with Japanese voices. Ellen, you should come on and debate me about an honor run of Bulgaria. Oh, you should come on and debate me on what you have against poor President Sunday. Save the chain. Yes. Wow. Wow. Finally, it's here. The game is here. Wow, I've been waiting for this game for so long. Also, why are you white, Ellen DeGenerate? What's up with that? Why are you white? Explain yourself to me. It's I don't know if I can forgive you. White? I don't know about that. I mean your Discord. Where? Where are you? You can't ask people why they're white. I just did. So clearly I can. Because I did.
Hello.
Hello. I have to make the game. I'm not gonna start the game while we're debating, while we're having our hot debate. Welcome.
Hello. I just got done
What's up?
proving
Why are
to
you white?
Loaderbox that
Loaderbox.
Intifada. I was debating him, and I was the leader of his chat, Intifada.
I'm sorry. Did you just debate Lonerbox?
Just from his chat.
Oh, why didn't you call in to debate him?
Because he was too afraid of my power.
You could have just joined the what's it called? Waiting room.
Sure, I do that, and then he's like, "No, we have to go over the cast study."
Oh.
And I was like, "That study is gay / derogatory."
Well, it's still probably worth going through it, no?
Probably. I just don't really approve of inferior British science.
I see. Well, that British science could have a knock-on effect on the rest of the country, so.
And England's dying. They're gonna be Romania in 20 years.
Romania? Why Romania in particular?
Just in terms of GDP.
What's wrong with Romania GDP?
I'm pretty sure Eastern Europe is poorer than Western Europe, is it not?
I mean, it's growing. Poland's growing pretty strong.
I know. I think Eastern Europe is going to outpace Britain. I think Western Europe is going to be fine, except for England.
Well,
And then,
they choose to Brexit.
Yes. They chose to Brexit their own. Brexit being relevant, they exited relevance.
Okay, tell me why you hate President Sunday.
Oh, I think he's like a tabloid pretending to be something more.
What do you mean?
He fosters he fosters improportional outrage at things in clearly forced ways that he doesn't believe.
How do you know that he doesn't believe it?
I can hear it in his voice.
You can hear it in his voice.
Yeah, it came to me in a dream.
I see. Do you think, like, for example, I recall you comparing selling a service for $50 to people that are seeking therapists, to, like, you're basically selling a Googling service to people for $50, comparing it to jaywalking. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, tons of people spend money on stupid stuff all the time.
Okay.
I just don't care. I can't care.
Don't you think there's a little bit of a significant difference here that makes it a bit more?
I don't. If somebody was like so lazy and they were like, "Hey, I'll pay you $50 to go Google this for me," like, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, but keep in mind there is a pretty big factor here to consider, no? In this case.
What is the factor?
Usually, when people seek therapy, they're pretty unwell, no?
I don't think it makes them unwell in capacity to search something. Also, if you're getting
if you're sort of unwell mentally and sort of desperate to get help, then you're gonna trust. Yeah.
Wait, if they're unwell, then why should they be doing that themselves? Shouldn't they be reaching out to a well person to search for them? Isn't that what they're doing?
Well, reaching out, but this service isn't basically searching for them based on what they need. It's basically just Google. So why pay $50 for that? That's my.
So, like, you're mad that she's like charging for her time.
Well, it's not really time worthy of $50, is it?
I mean, the market decides.
Is that really a good argument in your opinion?
In terms of like just somebody searching for like, one, if you should be getting your ideas on where you're
couldn't you make an argument that there's an element of exploitation there?
I don't think an exploitation in terms of who's like complaining, like is somebody like complaining that they didn't get a good service or something like that? Like, I feel like we are searching for a victim that doesn't exist.
What do you mean?
Is there anybody who has used Erudite's service that is complaining about it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, even if they don't complain, does that mean that the service is kosher automatically?
I think it points towards it being somewhat okay if nobody is complaining. I think it would be one thing if there was an outcry of people.
A lot of people don't complain about casinos, and I still think that they're pretty predatory in nature, no?
Right, but do we do like 50 videos and like try to like contact their like they're academic advisors because they're running a casino.
Isn't that a separate topic? The whole.
No, but like you just compared the amorality of running a casino and running a service where you Google something for somebody.
Yeah.
So if those things are the same amount of moral bankrupt, then due to the transitive property, you would be able to justify the things that Sunday has done.
But
To-
then Sunday has not contacted anyone about that service.
Yes, well, he contacted asking questions about psychometrician and talking to her specific academic advisor. I will say that he didn't know it was her academic advisor at the time, which is what he says. I don't know if he's being truthful with that. I have no reason to doubt he is. But the idea is then if they are the same amount of bad, could Sunday then like start going into the personal life of somebody who runs a casino, asking a bunch of questions, or would we consider that kind of creepy and not proportional?
These are disanalogous. President Sunday did not contact the school about her service. He did it to look into her
Okay.
credentials. Those are
Would it be okay to go into a casino owner's life and ask about their credentials?
Well, he didn't ask about the credentials because of the service. Those are totally two different topics.
Wait, he didn't. That there no connection at all. He didn't because I thought the whole idea of why it was bad was that she was using the title of psycho magician or whatever as like this is how much I don't care about it because I don't know a lot about it. But the idea
But you
is that
went in and talked about it. You cared enough to.
yeah, I talked about in respect to him being an outrage merchant.
But you don't know if he's an outrage merchant because you don't know much about it. You just said it.
I
Maybe
know
his
enough to know that I
maybe his
can't
outrage
care.
is perfectly.
I know enough to know that I tried. I tried watching. I tried watching several videos of it because, like, me and Erudite have gotten into it before. She yelled at me over the Steven Crowder thing, so it's not like I'm over here simping. Okay, I usually do go with the hotter person in a debate, but not this time. And I tried to give a shit, and I just couldn't. I watched Sunday's video, and I just could not give a fuck. There was not there. It would be one thing if she had customers after the fact coming back and saying she led us to something shitty. I've lost all my money. All that. We are right now, as we stand it, the standard we're setting. We are looking for victims that don't exist.
What's your criteria for whether or not victims exist? Is it whether or not they complain? About it?
I think that should be one of the things is do the people affected by it give a shit? I think that should be one of the top things to care about, right? Is we do this for the victims, right? That's why we're doing it, right? We're not doing it just to smear someone we don't like, right?
I don't think just because people who engage in a pretty suspicious, well, not suspicious, I would say not really useful. I would say that it's unuseful.
Here, I can message Erudite right now and see if she wants to come on and if you want to talk.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right, let's do it.
Okay.
Damn. Was planning to play Eiyuden Chronicles. You are really loudly killing your keys on your keyboard.
I'm sorry. I'm bad at.
You're killing small ants on your.
I'm bad at audio. I'm bad at audio.
No, I just think you're killing ants on your keyboard.
No. Okay. I sent her a message. I said, "Hey, Erudite. Not sure if you're busy, but I'm on a small stream defending your practice to a Sunday orbiter. Would you like to come on?"
Defending your. What an intro! She already knows me. We've been on a panel before. You don't have to introduce.
Oh,
me
okay.
as Sunday orbiter. can say that
It's-
Lucy has certain questions about the practice.
I say it's Lucy Hayes, the biggest trans streamer in Poland.
There you go. I'm defending your practice against. Wow, poisoning the well much, are we?
Okay, I'm gonna go get a water while I wait for her to reply.
Is she even on?
But a lot of streamers have their shit grayed out, so you never know when they're on. Here, I can also see if Tipster wants to come on.
Tipster, what does he have to do with this?
I'm just trying to bring people to your stream, and then Erudite just replied. My practice, the practice Sunday was criticizing as being exploitive. Just wanting you to come on to clear it up.
There you go.
If you have a spare 10 minutes. Oh, she said also in a meeting, so won't be able to join currently.
Wow. So maybe just
Okay.
discuss this with her directly.
Oh yeah, I am a meeting for the next hour.
I guess this guest might be speaking with an American accent. Yes. My guest is speaking with an American accent.
I am American as fuck.
Wait, what do you mean equalize the noise? It's Ellen DeGenerate's fault for killing ants on the keyboard. Jesus, what? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna wait. Hold on. I'm gonna try to fix this. Can you do something? Where are you? Where's the? Oh, there we go. I'm actually gonna fix this now. So do something.
Okay. She said, I got to think about it because I don't really care about Sunday or what people say about things they don't know. I said, Lucy Hayes is very nice. It won't be a shit show. I'm defending you. She goes, I know Lucy. Yeah, I like her. Okay, let us know.
I mean, I don't know either, so I'm willing to listen to the person that does the service.
I mean,
should I talk to her directly about it?
Let's see. Are you guys aware I have taken down the therapy help stuff? Yeah, I don't have the time anymore for running the service.
Oh, the service is over.
Yeah, it hasn't. I guess it's not.
So there's not really anything to talk about anymore.
Well, even like we can just talk about it in the past and what it was, so that we can learn straight from the horse's mouth.
Okay. Gamer time. Yeah, I know. We're gonna be playing Eiyuden. Will I finish my debate with Ellen DeGenerate, which I'm winning, by the way. I'm winning that debate.
I don't think you won.
I'm winning. I didn't say I won. I said I'm winning.
No, I'm sorry. Women can't win against me because I'm a man.
I don't have a retort.
Bam. Alright, I'm gonna go get a water real quick.
Alright. This game is so nice. I just waiting. Oh, let's take a look at what the Senate is doing. Foreign advisories use tech for social and what's happening?
Blackmail people. The U.S. Department of Justice has stated, quote, hostile foreign powers are weaponizing bulk data and the power of artificial intelligence to target Americans, end quote. I do not want technology
Okay,
in the
I'm
United
back.
States used this way.
Apparently, there's 7 speakers that are Republican speakers that are gonna be trying to, I don't know, stall, block, slash, disrupt the Senate vote on Ukraine aid.
Sorry, I'm back. What's up?
I said that apparently there are gonna be like 7 speakers, Republican speakers, that are gonna try to disrupt the vote in the Senate on Ukraine aid. There are Republican sort of cry bullies that wanna disrupt the vote on Ukraine aid. I have the Senate thing open in the background. Did you know that the vote's happening today?
I did know that.
It's happening. It's sort of semi-happening right now. Because there's still that speaking. Let me
Business
see.
is for business. But business is not for business when foreign adversaries weaponize data, weaponize technology, and weaponize into approaches that
Let me
hurt
see. There's this Twitter account that sort of gives updates.
I mean, I'm surprised that just there hasn't been private industry stepping up for Ukrainian aid.
Sorry, what?
'Cause
I'm sorry?
I'm surprised that private industry hasn't been able to step up for Ukrainian aid, or is everything being done on a? Ukraine has some money, right?
Ukraine is dependent on foreign aid completely, including for its economy to run.
I just figured it can't be that hard to
think about it this way, right? Ukraine had to, it's not just Russia that had to set its economy on a war sort of mode. Ukraine had to do pretty much a similar thing, and that means that it will have problem upkeeping its institutions without help. Things like pensions, things like retirement money, things like paying civic workers, etc. It's dependent on foreign aid for these things.
Okay. On Erudite just hit me with a thing. She said, "Let Lucy know that if she has direct questions for me about how I ran the service, etc., I'm happy to answer. Clarified my work with governing bodies in my province, and they had no concerns once I adjusted a few things for HIPAA." Yeah, you could DM her, or she could
ask her if she wants to DM her, or it doesn't have to be on stream. You can just
Yep, she said, she has you on Discord, and she's more than welcome to ask her. You're more than welcome to ask her questions.
Okay, I guess I'll ask questions on DM.
And I won this debate by networking.
Our debate was why you hate President Sunday, though. Not about that so erudite.
Why I hate Sunday. He's an outrage merchant. He is the National Enquirer. He is.
Can you hold for a second?
Interest
yes.
in undermining our basic democratic system.
I'm listening to this
I can't
speaker
say the same
guy
for
here.
TikTok, the fastest growing social media platform in the United States, whose parent company, ByteDance, is based in the PRC.
They're talking about TikTok. Yeah. They're talking about how China spreads its influence through TikTok, I guess, in this. Okay, can you continue?
I just think he's an outrage merchant.
Outrage merchant. Can you?
Yes.
Can you give me examples outside of not so erudite?
Here, let's just go to his channel right now. All right. Videos. Okay. Going after Dr. K.
I think it's fair to go after Dr. K.
What
I don't think it's merch.
What
I
has
don't
Dr.
think
K done quackery wise?
quackery wise.
Yeah, what
Isn't
has
he
Dr. K
like
done?
basically? Wasn't there a whole thing of him doing basically therapy on stream while saying he was totally not doing therapy on stream? There was this person who was suicidal, who was under his quote unquote care, but then he sort of withdrew from that care, and
Wait,
then
who is the person?
I'm not good with names. I'm sorry. A streamer.
Okay, I don't know anything for that here. He's on a podcast with Dr. Mike, who I've seen a few times. Let's see. Not so erudite. 2 weeks ago, summons the fraud squad. Yes, sorry. He's just sorry. Just 2 videos on that. Let's see what went wrong. Let's see. So I've got 2 erudite ones.
Oh, with Otro, you haven't. But you've been watching Lucy, right? With Otro? You've been watching Lucy Hazet doing the Ukraine coverage?
A 41-minute video. Keffels turns on Fosh. Just.
I mean, that's not exactly outrage, but it's just. That's just basically
41 minutes,
that's basically just covering drama, which I'm not a fan of. But you know, it is what it is.
An hour video. Keffels return, and let's be. I remember
that's just covering drama, no?
No, I don't. None of this. Of all the stuff I've seen, it literally
like I don't cover drama, but look at my channel. Okay,
look at. It does not take an hour to cover these things.
People take more to cover dramas. Like that's not pretend. That's not the case.
Okay,
like, I don't cover any drama, but look at my viewership. Okay.
Just because other people do it doesn't make it good.
I mean, I can agree that but it's like people do what they do to sort of. It's not covering drama. It's not something like. Do you hate all people that cover drama? Is that what you're saying? You're principally against covering drama, and you're just against all people that do it.
No, it's not about the drama. I think it's in proportional coverage of drama.
I mean, Prison Sunday at least has the theory thing between the dramas, and most drama streamers don't.
He literally creates an incentive for his channel, a financial incentive to cover drama by saying if you donate to the Drama Frog or whatever.
But he also has a
theory squid, but we all know who's going to go for what. If he just had the theory squid, that would be fine. But he is incentivizing both.
Yeah, because he wants to survive.
He also knows who's going to go for what. So he is putting money in forward of creating a thoughtful community. I think his community is going to slowly turn him into Chud logic. That over the court, basically, he is at the beginning state. He's at where Chud logic was, let's say, 3 or 4 years ago. Okay.
Wait, sorry, what?
I think that he's going to eventually, his channel is going to slowly become nothing but drama and completely have no theory in it whatsoever over time, purely off of his material basis. Okay, he is already piloting and leading more into the drama than any of the theory, because it financially rewards him.
I'm not so sure. I think that he uses the drama to finance doing the theory. It feels like that to me, at least as an outside observer.
Why does he have to do drama to finance theory? Couldn't he just get a real job to finance theory?
He does have a job outside of this, no?
Okay, then why doesn't he just use that to finance? You don't have. He doesn't like.
Perhaps it's not enough. Listen, what's his degree? Political science. What kind of job can you get from that?
Actually, you can get an HR position pretty easily. Political science is not like a low money making degree.
I don't know. Streamer analysis, true. We're
Hold on,
analyzing
political,
analyzing streamers.
political science jobs. Okay, what can you do with a political science degree? I know this is U.S. news, but you know Canada is just diet U.S. So let's see. Potential career fields for someone with a political science degree: civil service, secondary education, political science research in academia, international organizations.
Research in academia is not a lucrative position.
It's more lucrative than whatever he's getting from fucking drama on YouTube.
Are you sure? Can you can you?
Yes, I can demonstrate because I know he's not making that much money off of let's see 6.8k views.
But he's getting donations, no?
Those
hold on,
are
one second.
Is the source.
I want to see
of
if
the
any of
source
the
code
speakers are
being
gonna be
held.
talking about Ukraine.
We think a year is an ample time to allow potential investors to come forward.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be about TikTok for a bit.
Okay, U.S. workers who major in political science earn
Wait,
an average
what is
annual salary.
100% not true face in forma?
What false in forma?
The person in the chat. Listen, the truth is, like, when people choose not to do drama at all like me, they end up with low viewership and low money like me. I choose principles, but look at me. Look what it cost me.
I just put something in your chat.
Are you gonna dispute that? Are you gonna disagree with me?
Disagree that I see. I respect you because you stay broke. You know, you stay.
I see.
You're on the grind.
Thank you.
Okay, you're a true proletariat streamer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I see. You're white. You don't even support the proletariat.
You're literally Polish.
Wait, hold on. Let me write something. Am I white? In my own... I have to log in. Also, Polish people are barely considered white, just saying.
That's not true.
That is pretty true. In many
Vosh
places.
is white. And Vosh is Polish. Okay?
Yeah,
He's
Vosh is treated more like, I don't know. Vosh is American, and Vosh is just part Polish. Polish people historically have been treated Asiatic. I'll have you know.
Whatever. Look, I'm American, so like literally, it's just color for us. Okay, there's no ethnicity here. It's just color.
Okay, let me try in there. I am literally not white. I am pink-ish.
Okay, but yeah, U.S. workers who majored in political science earn an average annual degree of $52,859, with those in the top 10% making six figures.
Academic
and those in the
research would not be.
10%.
I don't believe that academic research in the U.S. is lucrative. Like, I know my grandfather was a professor, but in Poland, a professor, and I mean a professor of the highest rank in academia, is treated like with honors. But in the U.S., it's different.
President Sunday could easily use his academics to get a job that gets more than drama baiting on YouTube.
So what do you say to the argument that you might have missed, that why Sunday is often going after people is all the same, misrepresentation of degrees and using that misrepresentation to sell something?
Wait, hold on. Could you repeat that?
Like that President Sunday does not like when people misrepresent what sort of education they have.
Okay, but are any of the people who bought the service unhappy with the service?
Does it matter?
Yes, I think that totally matters.
So are you saying that a scam is okay as long as people get over? I'm not even, like, let's get Nasser Eiyuden out of this, okay? Let's forget about Nasser Eiyuden for a bit, right? You were making a broader argument basically by saying that if there's a scam, and that if people never realize they were scammed and are basically blissfully ignorant and happy with what happened, then it's okay. You're saying that it's fine to scam people and as long as nobody finds out.
Wait, if the people that got scammed like don't
Never
care,
realized
like,
that they were
about
scammed.
it?
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a difference between stealing something and them not knowing, and them
Like for example,
agreeing
if
to
you
something.
grossly overcharge someone for a service, but they just don't know. They don't have a frame of reference of what should be the proper thing that they should be paying. Does that mean that it makes it okay? If they never find out and they sort of blissfully think that everything's okay and never
No,
complain?
they do know how much they're getting charged.
Yeah, but they don't have a frame of reference of what would be a fair amount to be charged. It happens often.
Okay, so then like what? How much should she have been charging for that?
I just told you, let's forget about not stereotype because you've made a pretty strong, broader
Well, it
argument
matters.
about.
Well, it matters.
Like
To
you
a
said,
degree. Like,
said
okay,
if
like
people don't
if
complain about a service, then
so
that
wait,
makes
if
it.
there's like hold on. If there's like there's two orange juice brands, okay,
Yeah.
and one like sells for like $2 more, even though they're the same exact orange juice, they're just two different brands or whatever, and like somebody buys the more expensive one, do you consider that person like scammed?
No, because they are given the options and they know.
Okay, so then in order for us to figure out how bad that this like scam is, you would need to know how much the service usually costs.
Yes.
Okay, so how much does the service usually cost?
Well, can you give me an analog to this sort of service?
In terms of like just someone like DoorDash, I guess, in terms of people paying for convenience so that they don't have to do something.
But I'm not sure if there's convenience here even, because
Wait,
what's the
how's there not
convenience?
convenience? You're just like paying someone like, hey, I feel like you know about medical stuff. Take
But
this money.
I mean, let's
me a
forget.
recommendation.
I'm just gonna contact her about the thing
Okay.
directly, as I said, right? Just like
Right.
because like we're you're not gonna be able to answer me questions that I have for her, I assume.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
But I really don't think that just because people don't complain about a thing that makes it okay, because people might be scammed and not realize it ever.
Okay.
Like
but
for
like,
example, like it might be like you might go to a foreign country as a tourist, and for example, you might be charged 3 times the normal amount because you're a tourist, you're a foreigner, you don't know any better, and you'll never know. Does that mean that it's okay?
Yeah. That's like the whole point of tourism is to get rich people from other country to come dump money off in your economy and then leave.
So it is okay to scam people as long as they don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't like the use of the word scam because the people are paying. They agree to pay what there's the scam would imply that they are not like they don't know what they're getting for what they're exchanging.
Because they don't. That's the whole point. They don't know.
So like, hold on. So like, if I go buy a Fiji water, am I like getting scammed?
Fiji water. What's that?
It's a bougie water that they sell over here.
What? Can you elaborate?
Oh wait, in Poland, do you guys not have bougie water? Like
bougie water? What?
Like fancy water?
Fancy water? What? In what regard is it fancy?
It's supposed to be made by it's supposed to be water made in Fiji or whatever.
Okay, what makes it special?
It's literally just a brand of water. It's kind of just basically just it's more expensive water than rich people buy.
So is it normally sold cheap, but it's just sold under false pretense expensively to
water.
some group?
It's just more expensive than like Dasani. but it's water. It's H2O.
Yeah, but people pay for the brand in that case, no?
Right. So like, are they? So the idea that like somebody like
There's no
I don't know,
deception happening here.
so what deception is happening for like a tourist? Like when you are a tourist, things cost more because you're usually at a resort or something like that. Like I paid $15 for a mojito.
No, that's not how that works. Like
It's
there
not.
are
I didn't pay $15
or
for.
at least that's not what
mojito.
I'm referring to.
Okay, what if someone's like 21 years old, they're freshly 21, and they go to like a really upscale bar, and they're stupid. They don't know that you can just go to like a trash bar and get like a PBR for like $4.
There's still no
and
deception happening there.
Okay, then what deception is happening with the other one then?
With what? With the tourist thing?
Yeah, then what? Well, as a tourist, you are expected to spend more money. That is known because there are tourist hotspots like tourist traps.
No, I'm talking about like regular places that will just, for example, know that you don't know what the regular prices, for example, for food are, and will just charge you 3 times the amount.
Because they can get away with it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then that's bad.
That okay?
I thought we were talking about a place that just is more expensive.
No, I'm talking about regular place that sells cheap regular food to the locals, and then, for example, a foreigner comes and they decide, yeah, they don't know any better. I'm just gonna charge it 3 times more for this particular person.
This is a Polish place?
No, it happens in various different places.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's bad and that's a scam.
Yeah, but you basically said earlier that if a person doesn't complain because they don't know any better, they bought it, they thought that was the normal price, then it's fine.
Okay, but in my idea of
and you would compare it to jaywalking as well.
Well,
Bam!
No, I compared that.
Got you.
I
got you.
I compared that. No, you didn't.
I got you. You admitted that I got you.
No, you didn't get me because you're a woman. You'll never get me.
I see.
All right, I'm a man, and I'm just gonna be winning for all of time.
I see.
No, well, the idea is that on the not so erudite thing is that people know what they're getting. Everybody's getting charged the same thing, and it's mostly for
social worker. This like I'll have to contact Karasu separately about that.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's a lot that I don't know about the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll ask about that.
Let's see. I think the issue here is she's setting herself up as a gatekeeper to a free service. I mean, is DoorDash setting itself up as a gatekeeper to you driving to Taco Bell?
What do you mean?
And she's justifying what you're by having expertise.
I don't understand.
I don't know. Well, does she have the credentials or not? And she's justifying her gatekeeping by having expertise.
What does that have to do with DoorDash? I don't get it.
Okay. The idea is that somebody needs a thing, but they don't want to do the.
Can you hold for a second?
$20-something billion, $9 billion to the people that are holding hostages, and we're not getting any relief from the people that are suffering as hostages, going on 6 months. Why in the world would America agree to funding both sides?
Okay, what are you killing ants again?
I'm killing ants?
Yes, on your keyboard.
Yeah. Sorry. Sunday described it as a Vietnam flashback when I type really fast.
Vietnam flashback?
Yeah. DoorDash provides a service of transporting stuff. Yes, for the sake of convenience.
So they transport. So it's disanalogous. DoorDash does not take money and then point you to a service that will transport your stuff for an additional fee.
Actually, they do that a lot. they will point to Grubhub and or other services or whatever if they don't have drivers in the area, and then still take the money.
Wait, what will they do?
So say you're like using like Google Pay, like DoorDash, Grubhub,
Yeah.
Postmates or whatever. If say DoorDash gets an order and they don't have any drivers in the area, they'll upcharge and then send it to Postmates.
And so, okay, so what will happen then?
So then they're just getting money for somebody using their app. They are gatekeeping and then throwing it over to someone else while not doing anything.
But that someone else will
using their credentials of being DoorDash.
But that someone will still drive them to a place, no?
Right, but what Erudite is selling is convenience.
Is it convenience? What's the convenience?
If somebody doesn't want to do the work of Googling and going through who they want to talk to and who's a decent therapist.
But again, I guess I'll have to talk to her about it.
Okay.
Personally, but the main question is, does she vet a good therapist? I guess.
Okay, well, if she's given someone a bad one, then we can listen to whoever says that.
Well, they won't know.
Well, they won't know that they're getting bad therapy?
Of course. Because therapy is a long-term process.
Wait, isn't it not possible? Wait, so like, isn't it not possible
unless
for
it's
someone...
outright horrible, unless the therapist just outright insults you, there's no easy way to know if you're short-term, if you're getting good therapy or bad one. No. How would you be able to say?
Wouldn't the number one contact for whether or not someone's getting a bad service be the person who's receiving the service?
Can you rephrase that?
Okay, the number one... Okay, say if you needed to find out a service was bad, wouldn't the first person you would go to would be people that use that service?
Yeah.
Okay. And if there's... I'm not even saying there's 0 people who have disliked it. There's, and in terms of just law of huge numbers, there's probably 1 person who didn't have a good time or whatever.
Yeah.
But is it disproportionate to other services that are similar, or
I don't know what services are similar.
Okay, then we have no basis to really make any criticisms or make 2-hour videos about it.
I mean, we sort of do, no? At least we sort of have basis to have questions, like I do.
Okay, then why is nobody asking Erudite the questions directly?
Well, I am about to.
Okay, then ask the questions.
Oh, not right now. She's in a meeting, but I will.
Okay. And
but that's me, not, you know?
Let's see, does the person paying know that NSE is just using a website meant to be used by the general public? I don't know. Does the person paying for DoorDash know that the DoorDashers are using roads meant to be used by the general public?
What do you mean? That makes no sense, what you just said.
No, it makes complete sense.
No.
People are paying for the convenience. They just don't want to do the work on the general platform.
Wait. Wait, no, I said your DoorDash is just they just that the DoorDash is using roads. What does that mean?
Okay, the Felson's Forma in the chat just said, does the person paying know that NSE is just using a website meant to be used by the general public?
Yeah, so it doesn't require any expertise to use.
Most people would know, otherwise there would be more complaints. It's not a dumb analogy. Okay, people pay for convenience. People are like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do the work. I want someone to just refer me. I'm going to throw money at this person to do the work.
But DoorDash is not a referral service, as far as I know.
Yes, it literally is. It populates restaurants in your area and will put certain ones higher above the list than other ones based on how.
But it's
how
basically
much
a delivery system, no?
Right, and the Erudite is
So it's
delivering
not a.
referrals.
Well,
Erudite
no,
is delivering referrals.
no, that's no.
How is she not delivering referrals?
It's like if DoorDash, like you don't pay DoorDash for browsing what restaurants are available, no, to get the to look at the food example.
I could pay someone to do that for me if I wanted to.
Sure, but I just
Okay,
they
so,
wouldn't
like,
just go to DoorDash then and
what if
click
like
if you
what
paid
if I was like,
okay, if you paid a person to look for a restaurant for you and they just selected a restaurant from the list from DoorDash, wouldn't that just be a sort of redundant service?
I mean, welcome to the world economy, but like, if somebody wants to pay for a redundant service because they're too lazy, that's on them.
Well, you're making a big assumption that they're just lazy, especially when it comes to mental health service.
Okay, they could be too depressed to even do the free website thing.
Well, they might not know about it, for example.
Here,
But they just might be afraid, and they just might think that if there's an expert that they can rely on that will give them the best mental care possible, then doesn't it just sort of become a little bit of a different situation?
No. Because what's going to likely happen?
I don't think the same rules of quote unquote laziness apply when mental health becomes involved.
I think they absolutely do. Like, one of the literally biggest parts of like mental health is just forcing yourself to be able to do things.
Yeah, but you're basically just saying that people with mental health issues should just bootstrap themselves out of it.
They can bootstrap themselves, or they can throw money at somebody to bootstraps for them.
But what does bootstrapping mean in this sense? That's the whole key thing.
Yes, Informa. If I somehow had no idea that Google existed, would it be ethical to offer me $20 to use your research? Yeah, that is fine. If I need that information and I say I need that information more than I need this $20, that's fine.
So we're back to if a person doesn't know they're being scammed, then it's okay.
That would be literally like, how would I not know that Google exists?
Well, you just agreed that if you didn't, it would be okay.
Well, this is also on the premise that I'm like not like a mentally ill person. Like, I mean, not mentally handicapped. I think you can be mentally ill and still like make like judgments for yourself. But the idea that if I need some information where I'm like, I need $20, I need that information more than I need $20, that's just market forces at work.
I'm sorry, what?
I said if I need some information more than I need $20.
Yeah.
Okay. Then here's the $20. Get me that information. Especially if I know that Google exists and I just want you to Google something for me, and I'm like, I don't feel like doing that. I just throw a $20 at you and to do it for me. Then like I don't see the issue here.
You don't.
Now I've
How do I invite an additional person to a call?
Yeah, that's fine.
How do I do it?
Oh, how do you do it?
Yeah, how do I do it?
I don't know. Add friends to DM?
Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Can you even do that? If we're on a call right now, can you actually do that?
Can we just go to your server and would that be easier?
Sure, yeah, okay.
What VC do we go?
Oh, Jesus.
Global
stage. Oh boy. Oh gosh.
I'll go to global VC, and then you can bring me in the global stage.
Okay. You hear that, Ellen? Estelle Cinema Jig? Like, I don't know if I agree that... Okay, they're gone. Hello? Hello? What the hell? Jesus. There we go. Hello? Can you talk? Is it even what's happening? How does this even work? I don't know. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. I'm getting annoyed with this crap. This is horrible. Invite to speak. There you go. Invite to speak. There we go. Can you speak? Can you say something? There we go. I figured it out. I figured out the technology of voice chat in a Discord.
All right. Okay.
So I just don't think that it's okay to scam people as long as they don't know. I think we've stumbled upon a broader disagreement here than any particular service.
Lucy,
like I would have this contention even if I talk to Not So Erudite and her service turns out to be perfect, because I still have this contention with you that you basically say that as long as people don't know that they're being scammed, then it's okay. Which is a totally separate thing from anything that... Sorry, what?
You know...
Okay, like, Lucy, would it be a scam? Say I was super lazy and just stupid, and I didn't know how much things were, and I was like, Lucy, I want you to fix my audio for $2,000, and I just throw a lot of cash at you. Are you scamming me by not stopping me and going, hey, you can probably get this done for a lot cheaper?
Yes. Because I'm taking advantage of your ignorance on the topic. Yeah, of course.
I fundamentally disagree.
I have a question to ask you, Ellen.
Okay.
Or whatever you want to be called. I would have no issue with Sorry Redite if she simply just showed people, hey, there is this site you can access that you can find health resources, therapists and such, and this is how you use it. That would be doing, like, she would, that would be the same, that, why does she need to ask money for that? Like, that's the same.
Wait, hold on. She, this not just pointing at that. She also fills it out for you.
But
that's what you're paying for, is her going through and just doing the paperwork for you, and like going through it. You could do it yourself. There's a lot of things I could do myself. I could go get my groceries myself, but instead I'm going to do Instacart because I have money to blow. I could have built my own computer, but instead I bought a pre-made from Best Buy because I was lazy. I paid more than I would have otherwise.
Yeah, but you're giving.
You have the understanding that those people know what they're doing more than you do. But the thing is, Not So Erudite doesn't have any more information than you. She doesn't have any training that matter. She's just using. She's made my statement in the past that says you have to trust me. You have to, like, if you want if you want the best opinion on mental health, I'm the girl.
Can you
I'm paraphrasing.
Can you show me the video, the link? Can you show me? Okay. She's saying that there's no way to do this but me. You have all mental health flows through me. I am the mental health guru.
That's not exactly what that's not exactly what Estelle has said, but
okay, I'm just like,
Just want to
a
go
lot
back
of-
to your example with the fixing audio thing. Like, you do realize that preying on people's lack of knowledge on things is the essence of scamming.
You're preying on me because I'm like a rich piece of shit who doesn't like know how much stuff is, and I just like I literally throw a lot of money in your face, and I say fix my audio, and it's $2,000.
Yes.
Are you seriously telling me you're going to be like, no, actually, you could probably get it for a lot cheaper?
Yes, because it's preying on your lack of knowledge. Like,
I
because
think you're scamming yourself at that point.
What do you mean?
But like,
because the person throwing the money doesn't give a shit.
Yeah,
but if I can do it to a rich person, who says that the person won't do it to not rich people as well?
Okay. Say it is a poor person, and it's like the majority of their money, and they're just being an idiot and throwing it at you.
Yeah.
We're not putting mental illness as part of it or whatever. At a certain point, an adult has to kind of take responsibility for their own actions.
So you're basically saying that if someone gets scammed, it's their own fault.
I think there are certain situations where, yes, that there are certain scams where it is absolutely the person who did it's fault.
Can you give me examples of such scams?
Let's see. If you are a 70-year-old old fart who looks like Danny DeVito, and you think a Ukrainian woman wants to marry you, and is like wants you to constantly send her random gift cards, I don't feel sorry for you, and I don't care.
Here's the thing.
Okay, then let's go to this example. How about if the same 7-year-old person gets a call from a person say, "Hey, I'm your long lost son. I'm actually your cousin. I need money. Please help me. I'm in trouble. I'm family."
That they're also stupid, because my grandparents get that call like 3 times a week.
Yeah, but people get, for example, dementia.
Even when they did think it was me, they still didn't give me money.
Okay.
That's not an argument.
No, I don't care. I'm sorry. Like 70 boomers with like way too much money, like getting like fleeced. I can't give a shit.
So you can. Well, one moment. So you don't give a shit if the elderly are scammed of their savings, because, for example, they don't remember and a person contacts them pretending to be family.
They can't just call their right. Hey, let me make sure this is my actual son real quick. Let me call the actual cell phone number he calls me.
Do you think that people that have declining mental capabilities can just rationale themselves into, let me just check these, let me go through
your family shouldn't let them have that phone.
What if they don't have family? Those are real situations that exist.
Okay, then whatever care facility or whoever's caring for them should whatever.
There are many people that just don't. Yes.
Okay. Do you think people who bought into crypto should get their money back?
Possibly.
No.
Okay, I think here's the thing. You can be rightful scam. You can you can do something stupid and kind of deserve it in some hypothetical sense. The thing is, it doesn't mean that the scammer is right either. It doesn't mean that they're fine to just go around.
It means I'm not going to devote resources into helping you if you can't even help yourself. And this is about somebody that literally is supposed to be an adult on their own. Obviously, if somebody has dementia and stuff like that, that morally throws it out the window.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean that the person who's doing the scamming is a respectable person.
I don't think they're a respectable person. I just don't think it matters. I just don't think it care. I can't care about it.
So
I literally cannot take in the limited mind space I have. I can't give a shit about people falling for the world's most obvious scams.
So you don't care about scamming, period.
It depends on the amount of scam. If some like 60-year-old horny idiot thinks like a Ukrainian supermodel wants to marry him, but she just needs a few gift cards.
Can you give me any example of a scam that you would object to?
Let's see. I would object to here. Let me just look at different types of scams.
Can you give me a single? Because I'm just starting to think that you're not objecting to
I'm just
scams.
pro scam. I'm just pro scam.
Yeah, you're making yourself look a bit like a pro scam person. Yeah.
A pro scam. Let's see.
A pro scammer.
Let's see. Here, I'm just looking at.
I'm starting to get worried that maybe there's something in your closet. Maybe you're a scammer yourself. Who knows?
Oh yeah, I'm. I always be scamming.
Maybe you're a scam artist. Who knows? I don't know anymore. I thought I knew you, but now I don't know.
I scammed Sansel out of his channel.
Who?
Never. He was the person I did the Dare Sturmer article for.
Can you wait a second?
Teenage girls attempted suicide that year. Attempted suicide. And amongst LGBTQ youth, the number is more like 1 in 5 attempted suicide.
I'm gonna be talking about TikTok. I'm sorry, what?
But
okay, like home repair scams. Those are bad.
Why?
Because like if somebody's like, hey, I'll help you. I'll help you out. I will fix your doorway or something.
Okay.
I just need this money to go to Lowe's to get the stuff, and then they run off with it. That's just like, yeah, that's bad.
Why?
Oh, but why couldn't you say the same thing? Oh, this person just stupid, shouldn't have trusted them.
Yeah, that person's just stupid. Why would you care?
Because that's usually how like contractor stuff works. Like you pay up front for materials, and then you pay.
No, why would you care about such a scam above any other scam? According to you, that person's just stupid.
No, that's how contracting works, though.
But
that doesn't change anything. That person's just stupid and chose a bad person to work with.
Hold on. There's two scams.
They were too lazy to do a background check on the person that they were working with.
Well, you could that could be their first crime.
They should have done a background check. Nonetheless.
If you do the background check and they haven't done a crime before, then the
well, that's your fault for trusting a person that hasn't done anything before, right?
Hold on. So, do you think it is?
No, I'm repeating your logic to you.
No, you're not. You're misrepresenting my logic.
No.
Yes, you are completely misrepresenting my logic because the logic it takes to believe somebody is doing a home improvement thing for you versus a Ukrainian supermodel who never shows video cam of themselves and constantly asks for money in the form of gift cards. Those are two very different scams, are they not?
Where are you going to the scam model?
Okay, the point I'm making is that one is very believable because there are tons of people who get home repairs.
Well, there are a lot of believable scams, and yet you said that they were okay.
No, I said that there are certain scams where the person getting scammed knows they're getting scammed and they're going through it anyway.
Like when?
I can't care about that person. I can't give a shit. There's something worse going on there.
Wait, then it's just not a scam. It's just someone deciding to generously give some money to someone who they know is operating on false.
Well, usually they're like kind of delusional or like it's some.
But then that means they don't know.
Well, some cost fallacy. Like it's very obvious they're being scammed, but they've already given like 10 grand, so they don't want to believe it. But that's still on them.
That there's still a belief that there's something at the end. That means that they believe it. They aren't sure that it's a scam.
What do I call you? Your thing just comes up as E. Estelle. Okay, Estelle.
You're on stream.
Your dad comes to you. Your mom and dad come to you, and they've both been scammed. Your mom says, "I wanted to fix the front door. I gave money to this person, and to go get the materials, and they just ran off with it. And then your dad says, yeah, I also got scammed too. I gave $10,000 worth of gift cards to this Ukrainian supermodel who ditched me. Who are you going to be more mad at?
Well, how is the second one a scam? Even.
What? Because the Ukrainian supermodel doesn't actually exist. Like, you know that, right? It's usually just Andrew Tate behind a keyboard.
So if it was just a real Ukrainian supermodel that's like using that's scamming people on those pretenses, that would be okay?
I'm asking, who would you be more mad at?
I would be mad at the scammers.
No, you wouldn't be mad at your dad at all? For cheating on your mom?
I would be kind of mad at my dad. Well, like, I mean,
for cheating on your mom?
I'm pretty on hypotheticals because I have my station is more complicated than that.
Okay,
well,
hypothetically, your parents are still together, and it's just like old, like the traditional.
Is to build up the military capacity of our partners in the region, frankly,
like I would be saying,
to dissuade and prevent
the
Chinese Communist Party from starting a war in the Indo-Pacific that would make the one that's now
Wait, you wouldn't be mad at your dad trying to cheat on your mom with a fake Ukrainian supermodel up to the tune of $10,000 more than just your sweet mom who just wants to do some home improvement and accidentally gave money to the wrong guy to get like $500 worth of wood?
Should have
that has nothing to do with the topic of scamming.
No, it has everything to do with it because one has you are more morally culpable for the dad one than the mom one.
Why?
It is perfectly okay.
No, you're adding additional information. Like dad cheating on mom has nothing to do with the scam itself.
With a catfish who constantly asks for money in the form of fucking gift cards.
But dad cheating on mom has nothing to do with the scam. It's irrelevant to the scam itself.
Wait, so do you like what if somebody's like
why are you discussing mom being cheated by dad when discussing scamming?
Because the point I was trying to make is that obviously one person is worse than the other, and that there are worse scams to fall for. Hold on. Quick question. Say there was a person on like you know how Craigslist had like casual encounters back in the day.
Like in your world, the mom is still just stupid because she didn't do the work.
I'm changing the hypothetical.
Okay.
What if somebody is pretending to be a child online or whatever, and they like catch a pedophile, all right, and the pedophile's like sending all the stuff, and then they find that information and they like blackmail that person, and it's a scam. Or do you like care? Do you care that the pedophile?
What do you mean that it's what's the scam?
The scam is that you like caught someone like basically to catch a predator style.
It's not a scam.
Like, how is that not a scam? You're blackmailing.
Blackmail is not a scam. Blackmail is blackmail. Those are you have two different words. Blackmail is blackmail, and a scam is a scam. Blackmailing is not a scam. It's blackmailing.
No,
there are some scams that involve blackmailing.
But blackmailing is a separate thing from scamming.
Oh, blackmail scams. It's a type of scam.
No, it's a scam that involves blackmail. But in your example, there's no scam.
I'm on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It says blackmail. Common types of fraud and scams. Blackmail scams.
Can you give me an example of blackmail scams that, like, where's the scam in the thing that you just gave me?
A blackmailer's mission is to scare you into sending them money by threatening to distribute private content from your computer or phone that you share with them over an email, text, or social media that can embarrass you. They might ask you to wire them money or send it using a mobile app, a gift card, or cryptocurrency. Sometimes these scammers are complete strangers, and other times they might be someone you met online and thought you could trust.
I think we may, if you excuse me, Lucy, I think we may be getting lost in the weeds in like our game. If blackmailing is like what you're asking concretely, Elan, is there a perfect victim? like, is there like a victim that that
I think there are some victims that are more perfect than others.
We should always be a country that welcomes immigration and enriches our country.
You mean that are better than others? Because perfect means something.
Yeah, sorry, that was
something above it.
That was a joke. That
I think that was a reference to 1984.
It was.
Yeah.
Okay, so but yeah, like, say, like, if I have to choose between someone who's scammed, like,
but why do we have to choose?
Because we live in a world of finite resources.
Okay, but I can say all those things are bad. Like, without...
Do you think it's morally bad to trick pedophiles out of their money?
I think that's like you're doing a bad thing in outside of like the judicial system, and that like the judicial system is not going to judge you. That it's not going to judge, oh, you were doing this against a pedophile, instead of like it's gonna say you were.
Wait, is the legal? Wait, is legality? Hold on, is legality a metric for morality?
No.
Okay.
But like I'm not sure. Like, we're talking about limited resources in a real world, and you're gonna get arrested. You're gonna at least pay a fine or
Not
like
if I don't get caught.
A criminal record. If
I'm not gonna get fined. I don't get caught.
Oh well, if you don't get caught, then I mean, I guess anything goes.
Boom. Sorry, I'm American. Okay, we don't. It's all about the money over here. Maybe that's literally like what this is. Is just that the American mindset does not. American mindset has like.
I don't know. I don't even know if it's about the money, because you've just you've expressed several times an opinion that as long as a victim doesn't know they were scammed and they are blissfully okay with it, then it's just fine.
Yeah, if it's just about the money, why does it matter that it's a pedophile instead of like this random person who's very rich?
Because,
in fact, I will return to your mom example. In your mind, the mom is still just stupid. She just didn't check the. She just didn't. She just was too lazy to do the work of vetting the person that should have fixed her stuff.
Wait, no, I think that she passed the notable the threshold for what is normal, because that is normally how you do it. Like, here, let's even put another example. Say somebody went to McDonald's and they just asked the they handed money to the cashier and it was like, I want a Big Mac. And the person said, okay, and they just pocketed the cash and didn't make the Big Mac. I wouldn't tell that person, wow, you're stupid for not doing a background check on that cashier. They did the transaction as it normally would. The transaction that the dad encountered is completely not normal and very obviously fraudulent, but he's going into it because he's a coomer.
How is it obviously fraudulent? Or
I don't know. How many chicks have you hooked up with after giving them gift cards?
Is that the only scam that you can think of? Giving.
It's a very prominent one that I don't feel sorry for people for falling into.
But
you're just saying that.
But you've expressed other types of scams to be fine.
Okay.
Like the foreigner one that I gave you, or the elderly people being scammed.
I don't think settlement and debt relief scams are good. I don't think FDIC logo misuse is good. I don't think foreclosure relief or mortgage loan modification scams are good. Grandparent scams, depends on the grandparent.
What do you mean depends on the grandparent?
Like, if the grandparent is of mind or whatever, and they're just like too.
Well, scammers never target people that are of mind. That's the whole point of the scam. You don't target people that are of sound mind. You target people that are susceptible to the scam.
I don't know. It depends on the grandparent scam. If the grandpa is just being like dumb and horny and like thinks a Ukrainian supermodel is going to come marry him.
But again, that's the only thing that you can give, and I'm not talking about
that's the scam that I'm okay with. Okay, so.
But you said in general that people that are that elderly people that are scammed for the whole family thing, they're just stupid.
There are ones that are just stupid, and there are other
Okay.
ones that are just mentally that have like mental like
So
issues.
the majority,
those are
basically,
okay.
because those are the people
So-
that get targeted.
So now we're just freely admitting that Natsordite is a scammer?
No, I never said she's a scammer. I just think there are certain scams that are fine, and I can't I'm not going to have a lot of sympathy for.
Well, so why do you need to defend scamming if your whole argument is that Natsordite is not a scammer?
Because I'm just biting the extra bullet that one, I never considered what she does as a scam. I thought it was just like somebody being lazy and paying her to do work that they don't want to do. And I don't consider that a scam.
It's not paying her to do work that they don't want to do. She's setting herself up as a gatekeeper.
Okay, how?
That
She's setting herself as
she
the
has,
only gatekeeper?
She has no. She's saying that
because gatekeeper kind of implies a monopoly.
This is a service that requires
Just allow them
expertise,
to come
and I
across
have
our
this
border and
expertise
be released into our country.
To
As far as
okay, why not
money,
get?
but
Okay, isn't it not on you as a consumer to get a second opinion?
I mean, you could say that about scammers.
Yeah, there are a lot of scammers that people should probably get a second opinion about, and they don't.
So what?
Yeah, but
what makes
that
different from a scammer?
I just don't agree with the general rule that if a victim does not know they were scammed, that it's fine. And you can find outliers like the super models, but that doesn't change the general rule. No.
Well, it depends on how much they're being scammed and whether or not it's being applied evenly. I don't think it's a scam. I don't think the erudite thing is a scam.
Well, I just told you to forget about the erudite thing. I'm gonna discuss this with her privately, but I'm telling about your general tenet of as long as victims don't complain, it's fine.
Well, no, I said because that's where I asked. I said, "Is there anybody who?"
Yeah, you said, "Is there anybody complaining?" But you can have a scam in which victims never get to know that they were scammed. So in that case, you would say that it's okay.
Well, you're conflating it. I didn't say every scam. I didn't say every scam where nobody knows is fine. I said
then why use the argument of has anybody complained?
Yeah, because it's a service that everybody knows the price of. She's not charging different prices for different people. So, like, if you want to say she's overcharging, sure, but that doesn't. If you want to use scam and
but again, that I have an objection with your argument of who has complained because, again, there are scams in which people never learned that they were being scammed. Does that make it okay?
Okay,
no.
so wait, hold on. Does my argument never work for any service? Like, say there is a say you run a burger restaurant or whatever.
Well, there's always an exemption to the rule, but that doesn't make the rule okay.
Okay, so just because you can find scams where somebody doesn't know that they got scammed and that it's still morally bad, that doesn't mean that I'm completely wrong either. It means that if usually when people are being scammed, there's a victim you can point to and be able to prove it, and I haven't seen any of that proof.
Let me concoct like I can say that it. Hell?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just winning in the marketplace of ideas.
So
you're not winning.
I could say that.
I like how hold on, we're not outrage. We were talking about President Sunday not being an outrage merchant. Literally, his title right now for his stream, riffing on Zena and Poppy issue by mentioning names and title.
I don't know about the Poppy and Zena thing. I don't want to know.
It's
basically Poppy.
I don't want to know.
Okay.
I don't want to know. Listen, I'm not a drama streamer. I will never be a drama streamer.
I mean,
you cannot make me
right now.
No.
Hold on, I'm dropping in President Sunday's.
We're not doing drama because I'm dropping the example of Nazi Eiyuden. I'm gonna discuss Nazi Eiyuden thing with Nazi Eiyuden privately. I'm not making it a public thing. I'm discussing scamming as a concept, which is not doing drama.
I think so. I think
Thank
some
you.
scams are more perfect than others.
Thank you very much. I'm keeping my record on not doing drama. Discussing scamming as a concept has nothing to do with discussing drama, okay? Thank you.
Okay. All right. I need another water.
I keep my record of drama-less streams clean. Thank you. I pride myself on that.
I'll be back in 30 seconds.
I cannot believe you do me dirty like this, Cinema Jig, by saying that I'm doing drama. Estelle Cinema Jig.
Oh, well, I was using drama in the sense of, like, we're arguing, we're having a heated conversation that's...
No, not every heated conversation is drama. No.
Yeah, well,
No. I don't know. No. No.
Let's say yes. Let's say that you're right. Yeah.
Like, not every heated conversation is a drama. Because that would mean that more heated argument between two academic professors is drama, and I just reject that notion.
What's up, guys?
I mean, drama doesn't need to not have a meaningful impact to, like, I wasn't using it in a way to make it less worthy in some way.
No, we're having a discussion about scamming as a concept. There's no drama. There's no drama in Basing Say, okay?
Okay.
There you go.
Bam. So I won. I won the debate.
No, you lost the debate.
No, I won.
Lost the debate because you're white.
I'm literally not.
You are. You literally are. I see you in the chat still. Like if you subscribe, then you're gonna win the debate because you're not gonna be white anymore.
Why shouldn't we be angry at the scammers? Like, why wouldn't you have empathy for someone you know who gets like they have done a stupid thing probably, but why shouldn't I be angry at the
You have to be a U.S. citizen to own a TV station or radio station in this country. Why are we letting
the stupid
the biggest
thing?
adversary in the world own a news
they
platform?
did, because if
Still
if
on
they weren't
TikTok,
there,
Jesus.
Okay, so should I be more like? Should I be mad at the Ukrainian person for catfishing like a grandpa out of like 10K?
yeah, probably, like, if you
Really,
care at all about your grandpa.
They're a war-torn Ukrainian teen just trying to scrounge together money for their family by scamming rich, horny Coomer boomers. I feel I'm more on that guy's side. I think he should do it more. I think he should make more boomer divorces so that more money goes to women that vote Democrat that will keep our country together. I think we take all the money from Republican boomers, and that's less money they can give to Donald Trump. If anything, they're helping prevent climate change.
Wait, why would you say that they would be helping the Democrats? Like, you know, someone could go and point at your avowal of them and say, oh, look, those Democrats, they support scammers. Why should you vote for them?
I do support scammers who scam old Republican men who donate to Donald Trump.
Like, I'm not sure that's the path I would take. I'm not sure it's the path that anyone should take, but yeah,
Well, I don't know about that. I object against your principled stance that when people don't complain about being scammed, then that means that the scam is okay.
I'm a true anarchist, like Clement Duval or Marius Jacob. Okay.
No, you're a true anarchist, like who's the hero of this coalition?
Actually, if we want to get into theory, this is la reprise individuelle, a propaganda of the deed. No. Okay. They saw their crime as an educational organizational tool to facilitate a broader resistance movement.
I think that strategy didn't play very well for them.
Well, I mean, Jules Bonneau and the Bonneau gang, they saw their actions in terms of egoist anarchism and referred to the philosophy of Max Stirner.
Okay, and the egoist anarchists in Russia bombed the what was his name, the king, and well, they all got executed, and they just didn't do anything for Russia, did it?
I mean, do you not agree that like law and standards of morality perpetuate and reproduce capitalist thought, which is pretty oppressive and exploitive, like such as like property rights?
Probably, but like that's not a justification for any action.
Should we not resist the order upheld by social institutions which emerge from this mode of production and its praxis, thus reflect our vision for an individualist yet cooperative world beyond this order? What I'm saying is we can do leftist scamming.
You're also perpetuating the system by doing that. Like that doesn't get like that, like. You can't do something that's like that. It's just not there's not an easy way out of the system. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm gonna scam people by like."
Continue to
and
operate
say, "Oh,
in
it's
the
gonna
US.
get us closer to anarchism somehow."
I don't know, I'm just on the Wikipedia for illegalism.
That's why you were saying stupid shit.
I just silently let you two go at it, and I will return to my contention with you that people that never figure out that they were scammed, it's okay to scam them.
In certain situations, yes, in other situations, no.
So, what are the situations in which it's not okay? Well, you're already. I will just say, as a super debate person, that to me is already a win because you've moved away from your initial claim.
No.
Yeah.
Wait,
your initial claim is that if nobody complains, then it's okay.
No, my initial claim.
Bam, got you. I won.
No. You are mischaracterizing my claim.
No,
I said that
if I'm mischaracterizing your claim, that just means that you have not made your claim very well. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Baumel. I didn't know that Destiny got a new wife so fast.
I mean, it's been known for a while that I'm married to Destiny. Have you not seen the artwork? Have you not seen the fan art?
Right.
Have you not seen the?
Wait, is he not giving you money for the dentist? Why are you even?
Because he got burned on his past wives, and now he decided that he's gonna get married. He's not gonna marry a Polish supermodel that's gonna scam him out of money. He decided that he's gonna marry me. He's gonna for his marriage, not for his money. We decided that he's not gonna give me a dime.
How many gift cards has he sent you?
0, because he decided not to be scammed.
Okay,
for
so
a
he
Polish
learned.
Supermodel.
He learned.
Yeah, exactly. He learned, and now we're married for his marriage, not for his money.
Oh, who do you? I know you guys are engaged. You guys aren't actually officially married because your last name's still Hayes.
Hazet.
What?
Also, it's possible to get married and keep your last name. In Vietnam, it is normal for a woman to keep her last name even if married.
Okay. What streamer do you think he's going to be tweeting about during your guys' marriage?
What streamer is he gonna be streaming? Well, what do you mean? Is it related to me? Is it related to me in any way?
He tweeted about Vosh during him and Melina's marriage, so I
Right.
wonder who he's going to tweet about during your guys' marriage. I
think he's gonna either be doing something about red pill idiots, or he's gonna focus on people relating to Palestine, Israel, like Finkelstein, etc.
Okay. Cool. Do you think Finkelstein's going to have ad hominems for you?
Of course, it's like attacking by proxy, no?
Right.
Finkelstein.
Finkelstein, yeah, like stone in German.
Yeah. Did you see him getting Destiny getting trolled on C-SPAN today?
No.
Yeah, he was on C-SPAN and
Today again.
Yeah, all the callers just kept it coming in and talking about how he said the N-word and why he got banned from Twitch.
Wait, he was on C-SPAN again.
Yeah.
I was watching Wonderbucks too.
He never tells me anything. I have to. I'm disappointed with our communication. He should be telling me what shows he appears on, at least for now.
I'm gonna bring in some drama. Well, not drama.
No,
but
no, you're not.
No, it's not drama. It's just an argument that that Ellen said in Wonderbucks. Why do you care so much about the word intifada? Like it's
me?
It's a it's a word.
Oh, you're talking about the thing that Ellen brought in when Lonerbox's chat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Explain yourself, Ellen Degenerate.
There are many different contexts for the word intifada, and there are people that disingenuously pretend it means something violent every time, all the time, and it doesn't mean that. Like during the Arab Spring, they literally called it an intifada at the time, even though most of those were not violent.
Okay, but it's the word. It's an Arabic word for shaking off and everything. Well, but like, why do you need to use it in contexts that aren't speaking specifically about? Like,
because we gotta destigmatize the word intifada. Okay, I'm currently having an intifada against my thirst, that's why I'm drinking water right now.
Okay, but I mean.
Well, I've already won the argument against you with the whole scammers scammed people don't complain, so it's okay.
I just won the intifada debate. Boom.
I won by the merit of being Destiny's wife.
No, like if you look up the if you change your language on Wikipedia to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, they call it the Warsaw Intifada on Arab Wikipedia.
Wait, okay, but why do you need to say anything more than it's an Arabic word? It means this, and it's not. It doesn't necessarily mean like.
Why did you give me the example of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in particular? Is it because I'm Jewish?
Yeah, that's why. No, actually, I used that as an example in Lonerbox's chat before I even talked to you, Lucy. Not everything's about you.
Everything's about me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I learned that from my husband.
There's the question: Why would you like try to use it in contexts that don't really fit in? And
I mean,
it's
a vague word that can fit in a lot of things. You could call any uprising, any shaking. You could call the civil rights movement the civil rights intifada. You could call BLM an intifada. You could call my mom telling me to clean up my room an intifada.
I have no idea what this is about.
Not really, though. Like it's like if you're speaking in Arabic, you could find a way of calling it an intifada, but that's not how we talk about those.
Yeah, because we don't have a lot of Arabic representation in the States, and that's slowly changing.
It's like, okay.
There's lots of Arabic words that are becoming more and more common, especially in America. Like, inshallah. Like, I hear that, like, way more than I did 10 years ago.
But why Arabic specifically?
It's just a growing part of the United States, so we use more of their words the same way we used more Italian words when Italians were coming over. We used more Irish words when Irish people were coming over. It's just part of America. America will incorporate words into itself all the time.
Okay, but you're trying to argue for the use of a word like that's not quite how those things pan out. Like people just don't start using a word because don't necessarily start using a word just because some people say.
I mean, it's been used.
Instead, use this word.
It's been used in leftist circles for a while now. Like there was a well-known podcast with Jamie Peck called the Intifada.
Can you explain to me what this is all about?
It's because Piers Morgan was trying to grill Crystal Ball about a peaceful use of the word Intifada, which there is. During the Arab Spring, many people called those peaceful uprisings Intifadas, especially in the Arab world.
Why would
people are uncomfortable with pro-Palestinian people in the West using the term Intifada because they're saying it scares Jewish people.
Yeah, that's kind of another argument than saying that it means violent uprising.
It doesn't. It just means uprising. It can be violent or non-violent.
Yeah, but that's the narrative, right?
Can you give me an example of a non-violent uprising?
The Arab Spring.
Was it non-violent? It was pretty violent.
There were certain parts of the Arab Spring where other parts were non-violent.
Well, there are a lot of the elements of the Arab Spring were violent, though.
No, there were non-violent parts of the Arab Spring referred to as intifadas.
I don't know if, in that case, I don't know if it tracks one-to-one to uprising.
I mean, it does. What do you say that every uprising has to be violent?
I think so, yeah.
And to be clear,
it's like the definition of uprising is an armed uprising.
Let's see. Yeah, well, in the Intifada is an Arabic word that literally means shaking off, and in the Palestinian context, it is understood to mean a civil uprising, not an armed one.
See, an act of instance of rising up, especially a usually localized act of popular violence in defiance, usually of established government. An uprising.
Yeah, like
when I think uprising, I'm thinking of the January uprising in Russia of Polish people.
See, the concept of intifada was first used in modern times in 1952 with the Kingdom of Iraq, when socialist and communist parties took to the streets of the Hashemite monarchy with an inspiration of the 1952 Egyptian Revolution. Concept was adopted in
So what's the problem with? So what's the problem with using the word cinema jig? I'm still lost.
Oh, it's just that using it to describe events that doesn't like I don't see why you need to call every protest in America an intifada instead of saying it's a word in Arabic that means those things.
Well, I mean, it's a pro-Palestinian who are an Arabic people, so that's probably why they're using it.
Well, I don't know anything about that. What did Loner Box say?
I'm looking at the Arab Spring right now.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So what did Loner Box say?
Let's see. Loner Box was saying that it's always violent, which is hilarious because there was a series of civil protests in Lebanon that began after the Lebanese cabinet. He's Lebanese. The Lebanese cabinet announced financial measures on 17th October. This was called the Tax Intifada. It was a civil uprising. Let's see. Did anyone? Yeah. Let's see. I'm looking if it turned violent or not. But yeah, it was called the 7th. Yeah. The tax intifada, the 17th of October revolution. I could be eating crow on this. I'm going to see if there is. Okay, somebody did die in 2022 after 3 years of protests.
Which made it violent. You lost your argument. Loner Box will get you.
Well, it depends on who died, because there are plenty of people in the civil rights movement that died. That doesn't mean the civil rights movement was nonviolent. If the people protesting are the ones that die.
I think violence is often like, what do people mean when this event was violent? Did they mean that,
Yeah, okay. The Lebanese government fired on the protesters. So yeah, this is the tax intifada.
So we could.
I don't know. It feels like the violence part is baked into the word, sort of. No.
Right. I mean, it doesn't have to be.
But in most cases, it is. No. It is baked into the popular sort of use.
I mean, nobody had a problem when Bernie Sanders said we're having a civil revolution. Most revolutions are violent.
Well, it depends. Revolution, because you could have a revolution in technology, and that wouldn't really.
You could have it in technology.
But
what does that mean?
A revolt against technology. What if
no,
everybody in
that's not what revolution means. When we're talking about a revolution in technology, we're talking about we're talking about a process, like some technology appears that supplant other and that are better in meaningful ways. That's what someone would say it would mean.
That is what we mean when we say something is revolutionary. We mean that is groundbreaking, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Hello, Carasso. I wanted to play some Eiyuden, but I'm here winning debates against Ellen DeGenerate instead.
No, you're losing. That's why my name is. If you actually want to debate against me, my name wouldn't be White.
You're just bitter.
I think that's a skill issue.
Yeah, you're just bitter. You're just bitter and angry that you lost. That's why you're white in the chat.
Would you agree that you lost the debate if my name stopped being White?
Yes.
Okay.
Depending on the color of the name.
What color does it have to be?
What's the highest tier sub?
For a tier color.
Okay.
What's the color? It just seems that we're kind of not really caring about the language and how the ways it's used.
Barry! Well, now you've won. Now you've convinced me. You won. It's perfectly fine to scam anyone and everyone every day.
Uh-huh.
There you go. You've done it. We've done it. Isn't that right, Cinema Jig?
Sure. I love when an degenerate wins. I wish an degenerate would win every time they debated with me.
Yeah.
That's a skill issue.
On my platform.
Skill issue. I'm just that good at losing.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect.
What did they say? The biggest loser. That's the name of the program.
Have I just scammed you? Have you just given me a gift card?
Wait, hold on. So you are cool with scamming? You used You see, as soon as you don't actually think you lost the debate, so I won the debate by proving you're okay with scamming.
No. Does that make me a Polish supermodel?
I don't know. I haven't seen you walking down a catwalk yet.
Or might be future content. Who knows? Sky's the limit.
Boom. There you go.
When we're talking about scamming, have we established what we're talking about?
I don't know.
Scamming?
I don't know. I'm about to go travel to my real studio where my audio is better, and
you have a studio.
Yeah, it's my lady's house. That's where I play Baldur's Gate and eat Taco Bell.
Damn, a studio. Talk about bouge, rich, posh.
Sorry, I'm American. I'm just flexing on you.
Well, then you're
on you poor Europoids.
I'm not even European.
Well, what
I'm like I'm Quebecois.
Oh, that's worse. That's just like you guys like somehow made French worse.
Sure. Well, I mean, it actually turns out that our accent is closer to what French would have sounded like in that,
apparently that's
like
true
at the time of the colonization.
Apparently that's true for Southern Americans and British too.
That is true
English.
for American, yeah. For American English, it's closer to Shakespeare's English than modern British. Yeah.
You know,
I can say that because I learned that in university.
You know, MAGA and ISIS should get along way more than they like don't. You know, because like
would they?
I just don't think there's a lot of difference between jihad and yeehaw. You know, like if you really think about it, like Middle Easterns, like if you look at like if parts of like Iraq and like Pakistan and like Afghanistan and stuff, like they're just rednecks. They're just Middle Eastern rednecks.
No, I think like you don't really know much about ISIS if you think that they would get along.
And then we go home.
I think they have fundamentally the same ideology, except one's for Islam and one's for Baptist Christianity.
She really wanted us to hold dear
if you're
the golden
you
rule.
should
The idea that
you
we
should
should
they both bang their cousins.
If we were the Ukrainians.
There's lots of.
Oh, wait, can you hold it
How
for a
do we want to
second?
be treated if we were the Taiwanese people today?
Ukrainian
Facing the kind of
people.
threats that they face.
Ukraine mentioned
We
finally
would want
by
the
some
rest of the
speaker.
world, the rest of the free world, to come to their aid. Not just
I think
troops, not just in
to
fighter
me, it
pilots.
seems like you don't really know much about
But
it,
let-
and you
give
should
them the tools that they
you
need
should
to
like
take on
The
this
main
fight.
cultural difference
learn
seems like
before you
drinking.
speak.
It's
When we
more
do that,
like the
we do
drinking
that, and
seems to be the
I'm
big
encouraged that
cultural
we will.
divide.
I think
We'll
it's the fact that
deserve
ISIS is
the word
an organization that
President Zelensky.
is
when he said,
form of like
"You-
it's a political
you are our
organization.
hero. You are our hero. Let's be that hero.
That
Thank you
acts
very
with
much.
their
I'll be
own-
back."
Oh wow,
that has
a
their own
pro-Ukraine
incentives.
speaker. Well then,
Right.
in the Senate.
It's like MAGA is
Finally.
formal in that way.
Wait, hold on. Do you think ISIS or MAGA is more, or like white nationalists in America or ISIS? Which one are more theocratic?
I don't think religion matter very much to either.
You don't think that they're that theocratic? Either of them are?
I don't know what that would mean in that context.
Like wanting to legislate religion.
But ISIS, it doesn't work like that. They have a very different way of organizing that that's more about what can sell I've heard that it's more about selling jihad than like being the embodiment of a
caliphate.
Yeah, it's more about selling that we're terrorists, we do bad stuff, and you can hire us to do that stuff.
Okay.
Or you can finance us and we'll promote your ideals in that region. Like that's how they get funding.
Oh, so like ISIS is more opportunistic than white nationalists are.
Well, like there's not any way for white. Well, like they don't.
I think we've strayed from our initial topic quite a bit.
Yeah,
We did have. I need to go do things. Okay. It was fun winning my debates against both of you.
I mean, you. Yeah, I will. I'm just gonna say you won.
Yeah.
Wait, you should
Wait,
watch
you're
Sunday's
scamming me.
video.
You're scamming me right now.
That's right. Proving your point. I'm a supermodel. I'm a Polish supermodel that has scammed you. You should continue being scammed by sending me gift coupons via donating.
Wait, so you've changed your position?
Of course.
About
Now that I've gotten the gift coupon, of course.
Okay. Wow.
But
I'm getting
just-
from you
just
what
a-
I'm not getting from my husband. What am I supposed to do?
That's
like
right, I'll
just
see you
as a
later.
parting words. Just a parting words. You should watch Sunday's video that's titled "Going Down the ISK Rabbit Hole." It's extremely informative. It reviews Antonio Tuzi book about the Islamic State in Khorasan.
Also, you should stop hating on President Sunday. It's high time.
No, I will stop hating on him when he stops being super weird.
Super weird.
In my DMs.
In what?
He's always. I love him for being weird.
He's being weird in my DMs.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, no. That's entering drama territory. I don't want to know. No. I'm cutting it here. I'm ending it here.
All right. Bye.
See you.
Yeah. Nice being talking to you, Lucy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Damn. So, wait. So I'm gonna leave the stage or whatever. So I guess we're gonna finally do what we were supposed to do, play a game and listen in on the Ukraine thing. Oh, who's this? Sounds
Much better place
looks
if we had.
anti-Ukrainian.
Now, there's another historical analogy that I think that's worth pointing out,
Okay.
and that is the historical analogy of the early 2000s.
Okay.
Now, in 2003, I was a high school senior.
Let me guess, Iraq.
And I had a political position back then. I believed the propaganda of the George W. Bush administration that we needed to invade Iraq.
This is going
That
to
it
be
was
an
a war for
anti-Ukraine
freedom and
position.
democracy.
Oh no.
That those who were appeasing Saddam Hussein
Oh,
were
no.
inviting a broader regional conflict. Does that sound familiar to anything that we're hearing today? It's the same exact talking points 20 years later with different names.
Mm-hmm.
But have we learned anything over the last
Except it's a totally different situation.
we have learned that if we beat our chest instead of engage in diplomacy, that it will somehow produce
Except
good
it's
outcomes.
nothing alike.
That is not
Interesting.
we learned that if we talk incessantly about World War II, we can bully people and cause them to ignore their basic moral impulses and lead the country straight into catastrophic conflict.
Yeah, right.
Now, it's one of the great ironies.
We should just allow countries to invade countries and
For the
not.
last 18 months, I've been accused by multiple people of being a stooge of Vladimir Putin.
Yeah,
Well, I take
you
issue
do
with
sound
that
like
because
one.
in 2003,
Yeah, we should just not
yes, I
support
made a
our allies.
mistake
That's the
supporting
play.
Iraq War. I also, a couple months later, enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. One of two kids from my small block on McKinley Street in Middletown, Ohio, to enlist in the Marines just that year. I served my country honorably, and I saw when I went to Iraq that I had been lied to, that the promises of the foreign policy establishment of this country were a complete joke. Just a few days ago, we saw our friends in the House waving Ukrainian flags on the floor of the United States House, which I'd love to see them waving the American flags with such gusto. And I won't complain about the fact that it was a violation of the rules of decorum, though it certainly was. But it reminded me, and I believe 2005, maybe it was 2006, when that same exact chamber, the members were raising their fingers, stained with purple ink, to commemorate the incredible Iraqi elections that had happened in 2005. I was in Iraq for both the constitutional referendum of October of 2005 and the
conflicts have absolutely nothing in common.
And I remember the people in Iraq.
Like Ukraine got invaded by Russia and asked for help. Help is being given. It's
for voting in their elections. What I'm saying is the obsessive focus on moralism. Democracy is good. Saddam Hussein is bad. America good. Tyranny bad. That is no way to run a foreign policy, because then you end up with people waving their fingers on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, even though they have walked their country into a disaster. And I say this as a proud Republican. I say this as somebody who supports Republican colleagues who agree with me and disagree with me on this issue. It is perhaps the most shameful period in the Republican Party's history of the last 40 years that we supported George W. Bush in the prosecution of that military conflict. Now, my excuse is that I was a high school senior. What is the excuse of many people who were in this chamber or in the House of Representatives at the time and are now singing the exact same song when it comes to Ukraine?
No, it's...
Have we learned nothing? Have we updated nothing about our mental thinking, about the standard that we apply for when we should get involved in military conflict?
Those are not analogous in this...
Oh, God. How precarious and precious U.S. life is and other life around the world, and that we should be a little bit more careful about protecting it. Back then, in 2003, we actually had an anti-war left in this country. Now nobody really is anti-war. Nobody's worried about prosecuting.
Yeah, because being anti-war for the sake of being anti-war is just stupid.
Unintended consequences. But Iraq had a lot
like being anti-war, no matter the context, no matter the situation, is just stupid.
By a few smart people, a lot of them that weren't foreseen by anybody. One of which
it's just
is that we gave
the biggest form of intellectual laziness possible.
Did George W. Bush stand before the American people and say, we're going to invade this country and give one of our strongest enemies in the region a massive regional ally? Did we think that 20 years later, Iraq would become a base to attack American troops in the Middle East? Did we think it would empower one of the most dangerous regimes in that area of the world? We're now funding Israel, as I think that we should, to defend itself against attacks that are originating in Iran, when the same people...
Oh, of course, the same guy that thinks Ukraine should not be supported thinks that Israel desperately needs support, even though it absolutely does not.
Sadness that I have that we never seem to learn the lessons of the past. We never seem to ask ourselves...
Oh God, Republicans are just stupid people.
Up American foreign policy, why it is that we keep on making our country weaker.
Republicans are just brainlets.
Here's another thing we should learn from the Iraq War. Something that I, as a Christian, care a lot about, and I think that even many of my colleagues who are not Christians, many of my fellow Americans who are not Christians, should care about. The United States remains, to this day, the world's largest majority Christian nation. We are the largest Christian nation by population in the entire world. And yet, what are the fruits? By your fruits ye shall know them, the Bible tells us. What are the fruits of American foreign policy when it comes to Christian populations all over the world over the last few decades? Well, in Iraq, before we invaded, there were 1.5 million Christians in Iraq. Many of them ancient communities, Chaldeans, people who trace their lineage and their ancestors to people who knew the literal apostles of Jesus Christ. Now, nearly every single one of those historical Christian communities is gone. That is the fruits of American labor in Iraq, a regional ally of Iran, and the eradication and decimation of one of the oldest Christian communities in the world. Is that what we were told was going to happen? Did the American people, the world's largest majority Christian nation in the world, did they think that's what they were getting themselves into? I certainly didn't, and I'm ashamed that I didn't, but we did. We did all of those things because we weren't thinking about how war and conflict lead to unexpected places. Now, it sounds far-fetched, I'm sure, when we apply these lessons to the Ukraine conflict. Certainly, this has no risk.
I want all our debates, huh?
Broader regional or even world conflict. Well, certainly not, in fact. I was being sarcastic. It obviously does. As European allies propose sending troops to fight Vladimir Putin, drawing NATO further into this conflict, yes, the Ukraine war threatens to become a broader regional conflict. What about the assault on traditional Christian communities?
Oh my fucking God. What?
Just today, the Ukrainian parliament is considering enacting a law that would dispossess large numbers of Christian churches and Christian communities in the country of Ukraine.
You never
They
know.
say it's because these churches are too close to Russia. That's what they say.
Yeah, they
And
cooperate
maybe
with
some
Russia.
of the churches are too close to Russia, but you don't deprive an entire religious community of their religious freedom because some of its adherents don't agree with you about the relevant conflict of the day.
What the fuck does that mean?
That this war will eventually lead
If whole branches of a church cooperate with an enemy nation that tries to conquer you, yeah, of course you're gonna react. Like,
our shame in this chamber.
I hate Republicans so much. They're so stupid. Or dishonest, or both. Maliciously dishonest and stupid.
That we send to Ukraine
God.
as leverage to ensure and guarantee real religious freedom.
You don't know what these words mean, religious freedom.
The other thing, one final point on this
Ridiculous.
historical contingency point.
Mm-hmm.
It was true then, and it was true today. There's this weird way where the debate in this country has gotten warped, where people can't engage in good faith disagreement with our Ukraine policy. You will immediately be attacked for being on the wrong team, for being on the wrong side.
Yeah,
I
'cause
remember
you are.
as a young conservative high schooler how opponents from the conservative side of the Iraq War, well, you're just all for Saddam Hussein. And you believe in
It's analogous.
you believe that Saddam Hussein should be allowed to continue to brutalize the Iraqi people. You have no love for these innocent Iraqi people. You don't believe in America. And the same exact arguments are being applied today, that you're a fan of Vladimir Putin if you don't like our Ukraine policy. Or
I'm
you're a
pretty
fan
sure
of
it's
some,
gonna pass, but
terrible,
God, is this a waste of
tyrannical
time?
idea because you think maybe America should be more focused on the border of its own country than on someone else's. This war fever, this inability for us to actually process what's going on in our world to make rational decisions is the scariest part of this entire debate. You see people who served their country, who have been advocating for good public
I love how
policy
people who have no clue about
their
any of
entire
this,
careers,
about any of
smeared
this
as
conflict,
agents
about any of
of
this
a
region,
foreign
just spout
government
bullshit.
simply because they don't like what we're doing in Ukraine. That's not good faith debate. That is slander.
To have a good faith debate, you have to have any idea of what you're talking about. That is like a baseline you need to meet.
Pretty weird when you see your fellow Americans making an argument, and the response to that argument is not, well, no, here's why you're wrong, or here's substantively why I disagree with you, but they fling their finger in your face and say, you're a Putin puppet. You're an asset of a foreign regime.
You
This
are.
way of making decisions democratically is how we bankrupt this country and start a third world war. We should stop doing it. So let me make some arguments for why our Ukraine policy doesn't make any sense. The first, we do not have the manufacturing base to support a land war in Europe.
Yes, you
This
do.
must be appreciated.
That's bullshit.
Interesting, Mr. President. When I was making this argument that we didn't have the manufacturing base to support a military conflict in Eastern Europe, to support a military conflict in East Asia, and then also to actually support our own national defense, that America was spread too thin, I was commonly met 18 months ago with a very common rejoinder. I was told that the Ukraine war represented a fraction of American GDP, that we could do everything all at once and it would not stress America's capabilities. Now, everyone seems to agree with me. Now everyone seems to acknowledge that we are severely limited, not in the number of dollars that we can send to Ukraine, though there are limits there, but in the number of weapons, of artillery shells and missiles, that we don't make enough of the critical weapons of war to send them to all four corners of the world and also keep
You
ourselves
do have the
safe.
manufacturing base to create more, though.
But people will say, well, JD is right. We need to rebuild the defense industrial base. We need to rebuild our capacity to manufacture weapons.
Okay.
But now the desire and the need to manufacture more weapons is an argument for the Ukraine conflict instead of an argument against it. It's interesting how advocates of this conflict always find a new justification when the justification of a few months ago falls apart.
Stupid.
So let's deal with some very cold, hard facts. The Ukrainians have argued publicly, their defense minister has said this, that they require thousands of air defense interceptor missiles every single year in order to keep themselves safe from Russian attack.
Yeah.
Do we make thousands? No. If this supplemental passes, as I expect it will in a few hours, we will go from making about 550 PAC-3 interceptor missiles to about 650.
But the U.S. is not the only party supporting Ukraine. Like Ukraine expects it to be shared between the U.S. and the entirety of Europe.
Because we don't make enough air defenses.
Like the U.S. is not supposed to carry the whole support on its own.
Multiple different directions. The Israelis need them to push back against Iranian attacks. The Ukrainians need them to push back against Russian attacks. We may, God forbid, need them. And the Taiwanese would need them if China ever invaded. We don't make enough air defense weapons, and neither do the Europeans. And so rather than stretching ourselves too thin, America should be focused on the task of diplomacy and making it possible.
Or, because the Iron Dome is working correctly, focus on Ukraine. There you go. I've got your solution. Don't spread yourself thin. Focus on Ukraine. Focus on the biggest conflict since World War II. There you go. There you go, Chief.
155 millimeter artillery shells. These are one of the most critical weapons for the land war in Europe, maybe the single most critical weapon for the land war in Europe. The United States makes a fraction of what the Ukrainians need.
We'd be all screwed if it was up to this guy.
With what the what the United States provides, with what the Europeans are able to provide and what other figures are able to provide, we are massively limited in whether we can help Ukraine close the gap that it currently has with Russia.
We'd be all screwed
if
it would be up to this
senior
guy.
figures in our defense administration say that unless this bill passes, the Ukrainians will face a 10-to-1 disadvantage when it comes to critical munitions.
Not face. It already is here, this disproportion.
What gets less headlines is that currently the Ukrainians have a 5-to-1 disadvantage, and there is no credible pathway to give them anything close to parity.
That's not
and I'm
true.
not even talking about this year, I'm talking about next year too.
It's not 5-to-1. It was 5-to-1 many months ago.
I was told that if the United States radically ramps up production, and if the Europeans radically ramp up production, the Ukrainians will have a 4-to-1 disadvantage in artillery by the end of 2025. And that was treated as good news. You cannot win a land war in Europe with a 4-to-1 disadvantage in artillery, especially when the country that you're going up against has 4 times the population that you do. And of course,
I guess then just abandon Ukraine and then Poland. Thank you. I guess I'm screwed. Thank you, Senator or whatever.
And it's not just artillery shells. The most important resource is human beings.
I guess I'm just screwed.
Human beings still fight our wars.
Well, I guess I will
Tragic
just
as
die.
that is, and as much as we wish that it wasn't true, and Ukraine has a terrible manpower problem too. The New York Times recently wrote a story about how they had conscripted, perhaps accidentally, I certainly hope so, they had conscripted a mentally handicapped person into service in their conflict. They have now dropped the conscription age, and still they are engaged in draconian measures to conscript people into this conflict. That says nothing about the fact, by the way, that approximately 600,000 military-aged men fled the country. This war is often compared, as I said earlier, to the UK's fight
And this is just
against
a bloated
Nazi
waste of
Germany.
time. I'm
In
fairly
the
confident
height
that
of
this
World
will
War II,
pass in
did
the
a
Senate.
million Brits,
If it's passed in
over
the
a
House,
million
I'm
Brits
fairly
leave
certain it will
Britain to
pass in the
avoid being
Senate, so this
conscripted
is
by
just
the
a
Germans?
bloated waste of
I
time.
highly doubt it. So there is a deep reserve
A
problem.
lot of idiotic
a reserve
nonsense.
of
Oh,
weapons. There aren't enough of them.
so a
reserve
single
of manpower.
handicapped
There
person was
isn't enough
conscripted.
of-
Okay,
there aren't enough men.
okay.
This is the
The mistake was
problem that Ukraine
corrected, so
confronts. And I say this
I'm not sure
not
why
to
that even
attack
was mentioned.
the Ukrainians, who fought admirably, many of them defending their country, many of them have died defending their country.
Jesus.
But if we want to respect the sacrifice of the people who have died in this conflict, we have to deal with reality. And the reality is that the longer this goes on, the more people will needlessly die, the fewer people will actually be left to rebuild the country of Ukraine.
Do you know what it means to be under Russian occupation? Do you have any inkling what that means?
Functioning as a country in the future.
Do you know why Ukrainian people are fighting so hard?
About whether Ukraine can win. I also worry about, as I said earlier, unintended consequences. And now we should spend a little bit of time discussing some more of those. Few things come from our obsessive focus on Ukraine.
Okay.
Number one.
Obsessive.
We have, at multiple levels in this Congress, passed pieces of legislation that deal with Ukraine, that attempt to explicitly curtail the diplomacy powers of the next presidential administration. Now, I know we don't often talk so directly about politics, and I'm sure I disagree with my friends on the aisle, other side of the aisle, about who the next president should be.
I'm sure.
But we want to empower the next president, whoever that is, to actually engage in diplomacy, not make it harder to engage in diplomacy. And
the anti-democracy president that you endorse.
But also other
Amazing.
legislation this chamber has passed and I have opposed, try explicitly to tie the next president's hands. And so let's just say that the next president, whoever that might be, decides that he wants to stop the killing and engage in diplomacy. This chamber will be giving a predicate to impeach that next president for engaging in basic
yes, because surely diplomacy with Russia will cause the killing to stop. Surely nobody will be harmed in Russian occupied areas as it happens.
Of diplomacy.
People are
that's
so
not
stupid.
Leadership, and that's not toughness. That is a blind adherence to a broken foreign policy consensus, which is unfortunately exactly what we have. The Ukraine supplemental, that is again likely to be passed in the next few hours, funds Ukraine's border while turning a blind eye to the United States' own border crisis. The bill includes hundreds of millions that could be used to strengthen Ukrainian border security and support the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine. Good for them. I'm glad that they care about their own border security.
They're at war, you idiot.
Extends benefits for Ukrainian parolees.
They're at war.
Includes $481 million for refugees and entrant assistance, which could be used in part for the Office of Refugee Resettlement to provide resettlement assistance to Ukrainians arriving in the United States, and also to other organizations who also, because money is fungible, who could resettle other
this is a waste
migrants
of time.
from
I
other
know the bill
countries
will
into
pass,
our country.
But
so the
this is
very
infuriating.
same moment that we are supporting the Ukrainians to secure their own border, we're not just ignoring our own border, we are funding NGOs that will worsen Joe Biden's migration crisis. It's completely senseless. And yes, that's what we're doing. Let's talk about something else. This bill includes a provision that is wildly popular called the Repo Act. Now, in short, the Repo Act does something very simple. The Repo Act allows the Treasury Department to seize Russian assets to help them pay for the war. And look, that sounds great. Of course, Russia shouldn't have invaded Ukraine, and of course, they should have to pay for some of the consequences, all of the consequences that they've created. But ask yourself, are there unintended consequences that come from seizing tens of billions of dollars from foreign assets? And in fact, there are. A number of economists from across the political spectrum have argued that the Repo Act could potentially make it harder to sell U.S. treasuries. Now, this is something a lot of Americans don't care about. I'm sure they're
you're against using Russian assets as well.
This country is running almost $2 trillion deficits every single year.
You're against that as
and
well.
Ask, where do those $2 trillion come from? They come from selling treasury bonds on the open market. That's how we pay for the deficit spending in this country. And what happens when people start to worry that U.S. treasuries are not a good investment? Well, we've already seen the consequences over the last couple of years. Interest rates go up. Inflation goes up. Home mortgages become more expensive. are we at least a little bit worried that the bond markets could react negatively to us seizing tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars of assets? We certainly should be worried about it because we already can't afford the deficit spending in this country to begin with. Treasury yield rates are already extraordinarily high. And thanks to the Biden spending programs, they've actually shown a remarkable stubbornness over the last few months. Here's another unintended consequence. Germany is an important American ally, and it has, by some standards, the 4th or 5th largest economy in the entire world. A very, very important country, a very important ally, and by the way, a beautiful country with beautiful people. But Germany, under the influence of a series of so-called green energy policies, is rapidly deindustrializing. Germany, by the way, was one of the few countries in the wake of World War II, especially in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that actually kept its industrial might largely intact. Think about German cars and all the other manufacturing things that come from the country of Germany. Well, Germany is much less powerful in terms of manufacturing today than it was 10 years ago.
What does that have to do with
Because
Ukraine?
it takes cheap energy to manufacture things. You need cheap energy if you want to manufacture steel. You need cheap energy if you want to manufacture cars. That's one of the reasons, by the way, the manufacturing economy has done so poorly under the Biden administration.
I see. So Russia should be allowed to invade Ukraine and possibly Poland and other countries because Germany needs its cheap energy. Got it.
That weaken German
Got
manufacturing.
it.
We should send a message to the Germans that they've got to manufacture their own weapons, they have to field their own army, and they have the priority, and they have the responsibility to defend Europe from Vladimir Putin or anyone else. I asked the question, how many mechanized brigades could the German army field today? By some estimates, the answer is 0. By other estimates, the answer is 1. So the 4th most powerful economy in the world is unable to field sufficient mechanized brigades to defend itself from Vladimir Putin. Now, this isn't yesterday, this isn't 5 years ago or 10 years ago. This is yesterday. So for 3 years, the Europeans have told us that Vladimir Putin is an existential threat to Europe. And for 3 years, they have failed to respond as if that were actually true. Donald Trump famously told European nations they have to spend more on their own defense. He was chastised by members of this chamber for having the audacity to suggest that Germany should step up and pay for its own defense.
That is not what he said. He said that countries that don't pay enough would be welcome to be attacked by Russia so that Russia could do whatever it wants.
And
this is so dishonest.
Even if it hits that 2% threshold in 2024,
top dishonesty.
Barely after literally decades of being chastised. Now, is it fair that the Americans are forced to front this burden? I don't think that it is, but I'm actually more worried, I'm less worried about the fairness, I should say, and I'm more worried about the signal this sends to Europe. If we keep on carrying a substantial share of the military burden, if we keep on giving the Europeans everything that they want, they're never going to become self-sufficient, and they're never going to produce sufficient weapons.
Europe is ramping up
so that they can defend their own
production,
country.
but it's a bit more complicated than you make it up to be, you idiot. Because it's 27 different states with different manufacturing.
That unless we send resources to Ukraine, Vladimir Putin will march all the way to Berlin or Paris. Well, first of all, this doesn't make any sense. Vladimir Putin can't get to Western Ukraine. How is he going to get all the way to Paris? And second of all, if Vladimir Putin is a threat to Germany and France, if he's a threat to Berlin and Paris,
he doesn't have to get to Berlin. Russia can just try to reestablish its influence that it had as the Soviet Union. That's enough to make a lot of damage.
But one of the things that Europeans often say about Americans is that we have way too many guns and way too little health care. Well, one of the reasons why we have less health care access than the Europeans do is because we subsidize their military and their defense. If the Europeans were forced to step up and provide for their own security, we could actually take care of some more domestic problems at home. But no, too many in this chamber have decided that we should police the entire world, the American taxpayer be damned. Let me make one final point here. I'm cognizant that I have colleagues who wish to speak. Can I ask, Mr. President, how much time do I have?
Fuck me.
The
The Republican Party is a blight.
Okay, great. I see my colleague from Florida, so I will be
Florida.
brief here.
Jesus.
For 40 years, this country has made largely, I'd say it, a bipartisan mistake. It has allowed our manufacturing might to get offshored and to get outsourced while simultaneously increasing the commitments that we have all over the world. We've basically outsourced our ability to manufacture critical weapons while stepping up our responsibilities to police the world. And of course, if we're going to police the world, then it's American troops who need those weapons. So with one hand,
it's not policing the world. It's delivering on your promises. It's delivering on the Budapest Memorandum for one. No U.S. troops are being sent to Ukraine. Nobody's asking for the U.S. to police Ukraine or whatever. Ukraine is asking for weapons.
Are now the ones who are most aggressive and assert that we can police the world. Well, what are we supposed to police the world with? Our artillery manufacturing, our weapons, our air defense manufacturing, our basic military industrial complex.
Suddenly, when it comes to abandoning Ukraine, the US becomes, from the most powerful country in the world, a very weak country that cannot sustain any form of weapons manufacturing. That is very curious to me.
It sends those weapons overseas faster than it even replenishes them. This is not a bill to rebuild the defense industrial base. This is a bill to further extend this country. With that, Mr. President, I will yield.
23 billion is for
I appreciate it.
Mr. President.
Refilling the stock.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from Ohio for his hard work and his commitment to making sure he protects our country. President Biden has shown the American people that he will pander to his anti-Semitic base over supporting Israel. Israel, one of America's greatest allies.
Yeah, I know. We Eastern Europeans don't really matter, do we?
Democracy in the Middle East. One of President Biden's first action was to resurrect the failed Iran deal. And since then, he has greenlit billions of dollars in sanctions relief to Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. His pandering can be seen in our cities and on college campuses where radical extremists rally violently in support of Hamas and the extermination of the Jewish people. This cancer has taken over the Democrat Party and caused violence against our Jewish communities. President Biden has made clear with his decisions that the American people cannot trust his administration. I certainly do not, which is why I'm highly concerned that without proper safeguards, the Biden administration will use this aid package as leverage against our great ally, Israel. On October 7th, Israel-backed Hamas terrorists burned people alive in their homes, beheaded babies, raped women and young girls, and murdered parents in front of their children. They brutally murdered 1,200 innocent people in Israel, including Americans. And 200 days since the attacks are still holding 8 Americans and more than 100 other innocent people hostage in Gaza. I was in Israel last month, my 6th visit to the Jewish state in my years as Florida's governor and now U.S. Senator, and helped lead the charge in the Senate to support our great ally, Israel. I have voted for the Israel aid in this bill, only to see it fail in the Senate with all Democrats voting against it. For years, I have voted for significant funding for the Iron Dome, David Sling, and other key military assets that help Israel defend itself from Iran-backed terrorism. And my lead in the Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act, to condition aid to Gaza on the releases of hostages, ensure that we don't send a single dollar, not a single dollar of American taxpayer money to Gaza unless the president certifies that it won't end up in the hands of Hamas terrorists. pretty simple ask. Unfortunately, Senate Democrats have blocked this bill from consideration or passage in the Senate 3 separate times, including when I tried to include it in the Senate-passed foreign aid supplemental in February. It should not be difficult to say that we won't risk even $1 of American taxpayer money going to Hamas and pass common sense legislation to stop that from happening. That shouldn't be hard. This is what makes me so angry and worried about our country. We have a president that is a fool who is stuck in a war that is raging, not overseas, but within the Democrat Party right here in America. Joe Biden has ignited a civil war within the Democrat Party because he is allowing, and in some cases actively encouraging, the takeover of his party by Hamas-loving terrorist sympathizers. Thankfully, there are still some Democrats that oppose this takeover and continue to stand with Israel.
Oh, I'll be right back, okay? Need to take my
extra
HRT.
Scream of anti-Semitic hate from the radical Hamas lovers in Michigan and New York. We cannot avoid the hard truth here. Joe Biden is destroying U.S. foreign policy in an attempt to pacify Democrats who support terrorism. They have chanted death to America in Iran for years, but now Democrat activists are chanting it in New York and Michigan. Look at what is happening at Columbia University. How is this happening in the United States of America? But Democrats are letting this happen because Michigan is crucial for Biden to win. He knows he is losing there, so he's bending over backward to support the small minority of people in Michigan who support terrorism. And he's doing it hoping it will help him win re-election. I want to stress this because it shows the American people exactly what is wrong with the platform of my colleagues across the aisle. Every single day we hear Democrats scream about protecting democracy and how democracy is under attack. And while they love to point fingers at Republicans as being responsible for this, the truth is that it's them. Between Israel and Hamas, which do you think is a stronger example of democracy? Pretty simple answer. Hamas hates everything that Americans support, especially democracy. If you're a woman, if you're gay, if you like equality, democracy, freedom of speech, none of these things is supported by Hamas. None of them. And some of them will get you killed by Hamas. All of them are supported by Israel. But Democrats are so obsessed with winning an election, they've taken the fringe radicals of their party and put them front and center stage. Think about that. Democrats are so terrified of the Hamas-loving lunatics in New York City and in Michigan, they're tearing down the only true democracy in the Middle East and propping up a terror organization that, if given power again, will create one of the most oppressive regimes in the world. Democrats are giving power and voices to people who support terrorism. It's so bad that over the weekend, Jewish students at Columbia University in New York City were told to go home and not return to campus because it's not safe for them.
Forgot to take HRT.
to hit back hard.
Oh, you're cut off there. Still with me?
No, I'm here. I'm muting myself. Sorry.
Okay.
Likelihood of that happening? I feel like there isn't. The U.S. has kind of publicly stated that they don't want to see any interaction. As far as I know, the death toll of this was like
Zero.
One Arab kid, right?
I think there was a 7-year-old Bedouin child
yeah.
who is, I think she was injured. I don't know if she died. I don't think she did. I feel like I would have heard about that if she died.
Yeah. Oh, real
quick. They got
Mm-hmm. It's actually a really useful fact, because a lot of people on the side of Israel are like, look at the Muslims. All they end up doing is hurting themselves. Now, why a Bedouin child? Why would that be the one injury? It's because the Bedouins and all Arab groups are excluded from having air raid shelters built for them by Israel. That's literally the reason. So they didn't have an air raid shelter, got hit by shrapnel. So it is certainly an apartheid state, especially that way.
And everything. Israel got their big strike at Syria. They bombed the consulate. They killed their Quds forces, military commanders. Iran did their attack. Israel got to do a show of strength, and they're defending it. And they're partners now in the region. And they had no fucking damage. That's like a perfect scenario. And Iran was like, "We're done." Okay.
I feel like this was, if you were Iran, this is not a good move. I mean,
you have to.
No. But this.
It's a really good move. It's the only move.
He is a really stupid person. This wasn't a good move.
It was.
To just throw 100 drones into the trash can.
Yeah.
Like,
As opposed to what? Like,
Kind of celebrating. Because if
and
you
again, not into the trash can. Every one of those drones cost probably, again, I'm guesstimating ish.
look,
like 50 grand.
No. Look, stupid. Look, okay. It's very simple. Okay, you see all those explosions in the air, but you see no like nothing. They're shooting them down with blasters. Like they just have nuclear powered laser guns. It doesn't cause Israel anything. It was just an economic drain on Iran. That's all.
What if you read like the Al Jazeera headlines and shit? Iran was saying like Israel is in disarray. Like, and one of the missiles that landed and did a little bit of damage. That was the base that they flew the F-35 out of that hit us. So we showed them our strength, and they were scared of us. And look at how frightened they are. So Iran gets to puff their chest out and walk away.
But could have Iran instead? Iran. What do you prefer?
Iran.
Whatever.
Iron.
Okay. Could have Iran instead possibly done some like sneaky tactical, like we're going to kill like the Israeli IDF leader or something? Or
no,
they don't have the ability to do genuinely, that. This is a Zionist. This is how Zionists think about everything. Couldn't this leader, instead of doing the thing that killed nobody and actually gave them an out and ultimately led to more stability and peace, couldn't they have done something that would have caused World War III, and that would have been so much better? Because I am a person who's a member of a death cult, and I have no ability to do anything but hope for more death.
Is Dan a Zionist? I don't know if he's a Zionist, but it's.
I mean, he's. This is how Zionists talk.
Yeah, but this is how every like neoliberal warhawk talks, right?
And they're Zionists.
Not all of them.
来たか。お前がユーミルが言ってた補充だな。警備隊へようこそ。ここにはいろんな目的のやつがいるが、お前は？ってその前に名前か。
ノアだ。外の世界を見てみたくて。
おお、私と一緒だ。気が合うね。私も村でさ、外の世界で大変なことが起きてるって聞いて、それで飛び出してきたんだけど、どこ行ったら何が起こってるとか分かんなくて、でも全力疾走してたらここにたどり着いた。気持ちわかるよ、ノアくん。私の名前はリャン。ここでは私が先輩だから何でも聞きたまえよ。
お前も2日前に来ただけだろ。
あ、ミオ姉さん、言っちゃダメ。
ガオーだ。この隊じゃ一番古株だ。と言っても警備隊は公設の傭兵みたいなもんだ。任務として何でもやらされるし、いろんなやつが来るし、すぐに出ていくやつも多い。長い付き合いになるか短い付き合いになるかはわからんが、その間はよろしくな。
ミオだ。東方からここに来ている。
リャン先輩だぞ。でもここって帝国の連中も来てるけど、帝国と一緒に任務ってこと？そんなのあるんだ。
諸国連合と帝国は過去にいろいろあったが、最近は親善みたいなことをしている。まあ上のことはよくは分からんし、そういう連中は口先と腹の中で違うことを考えてるだろうしな。まあ俺たちは任務をこなすだけだ。丘の上の村長の屋敷が臨時の司令部になってるらしい。行くぞノア、お前さんの初任務だ。
頑張るんだぞノア君。
お前も初任務だろうに。
これで大体の手配は終わったわね。まったく議員連のじいさんたちめ、親善のためとか言って厄介事を押し付けて。っていうか戻ったらぎゅうぎゅうに締め上げてやるんだから。
お嬢様、すぐにノールスターに戻られるのですか？少しは息抜きをされては。この村は気候もいいですし、何日か滞在なさっても。ここのチキンはハーブが効いてなかなかの美味だと聞きます。
そんなことしてられないわよ。あいつらどうやっても私のことを認めようとしないからね。なら連中が認めざるを得ないぐらい2倍でも3倍でも働いてやるまでよ。ほら行くわよ。あなた警備隊のよね。この共同作戦、何としても成果を上げる必要があるわ。帝国との交渉材料にもなるし。でまあ原初の魔導レンズとは言わないわ。ルーンの遺跡を見つけたらボーナスが出るように手配しといたから頑張ってちょうだいよね。期待してるわよ、ハンサムくん。ほら行くわよユンカス。
はい。
あとチキンはお土産にできるか聞いてきてちょうだい。
Oh, I muted. Yeah. I've been talking all this time about the game as well. Wow. Yeah, I muted. Sorry. Cześć. We're playing a new game that just released today. I've been waiting for it for a long time.
俺たちの雇い主ってことだ。
なんかハンサムくんって
上の覚えがめでたいようでよかったな。
Okay, let's go. If you're shopping, our store is the best. We've got the biggest selection in the village. Well, it's the only store in the village, but still, I guess. There aren't many nook and crannies to check out. For now, at least. I'm heading here because everyone's giving me weird stares. Why? What a terrible selection. Jesus, so rude. Rune shop? No, none in this village, and almost nobody here has a lens either. Sorry about your room isn't ready yet. Could you wait a bit longer? Welcome. Oh, you're part of the expedition team. In that case, you should stop by our shop later. Check out the elders' residence first. I guess I'll get some free items if I check the store later. Why is the loading so slow? Yeah. To go to the elders.
さて、ここがそうだな。今回は帝国側との共同任務。なんでも帝国の士官様が一緒に行動するって話だ。行儀よくしとけよ、いや。
もちろん。ってなんで私だけ？
なんででしょう。
注意。そろそろ諸国連合のメンバーが来る頃です。準備はいつも通り万全ですね。
ありがとう、エルディ。
ご苦労様です。ご苦労。
君は今回の共同作戦をどう思う？
友好は悪くはないと思います。我々軍人の最大の願いは働かないで済むことですから。
そうだね。この友好が本物ならね。
This mission isn't all that dangerous, but I expect battles with monsters outside the village. Better keep your wits about you. The burrows we're investigating are presumed to be from ancient civilization. The civilization created the rune lenses, but everything else about them is still a mystery. If you have any issues about the matter, don't hesitate to ask me. Holder, expedition team members, I'm glad you've come. Yeah. Huh.
おっと、そっちの軍人さんが帝国のかい？
諸国連合の警備隊の方ですね。
League of Nations? Damn.
ガルディア帝国第一軍中尉のセイ・ケースリングだ。今回の調査隊の一隊を率いることになっている。
はい。
ずいぶん年若い中尉さんだが、貴族の坊ちゃんってとこかい？
僕の素性を詮索するのは任務に入ってるのですか？
確かに、これは失礼した。
聖中尉の副官を務めるヒルディです。共同任務の目的は発見の情報があったルーンの遺跡の正確な場所の確定です。
場所は分かってないの？発見したのに？
発見者は森で迷っている間に遺跡を見たということです。遺跡の一部を持ち帰っているので遺跡の存在は確かでしょう。
それで戻るまでさまよったので場所がわからないと。
はい、我々の隊の捜索担当はこれより北のエリア、森を抜けた先になります。
この辺りの地勢には帝国側はあまり詳しく。
それは任せてよ。あ、私は2日前に来たばっかりだけど。
こちらの準備は終わっている。早速だが出発したいがいいだろうか。
Yes.
ああ、そのために来たんだからな。捜索本体の先導って。
You've missed my talk with Ellen Degenerate about scamming.
行こうか。
君も警備隊のメンバーじゃないのか？
ああ、俺の名前はノアだ。よろしくな。
そうか。先に行く。遅れないように。
I'm gonna join the party as well. Are you gonna join the party as well? Is the main question. We've mainly missed the conversations that I've had.
確認します。我々の目的は北の森を抜けてルーンの遺跡を捜索、その位置を確定することです。よろしいですね。
はい。
ああ、分かってるさ。
Also, I guess save. That's convenient. Oh. So this is how you save. Hold on. Let's check on the poll. Let us check on the whole. Oh yeah, I'm also listening in on the Senate, doing the whole vote for. Yeah.
Yes.
Like
they would die.
I wonder if.
Okay.
Well, how well did
my
that
God.
age? Because in December of 1941, we were attacked by the Japanese. Here's a rule that stood the test of time. When forces rear their ugly heads anywhere in the world, wanting to dominate other people, destroy their religion, put them under the yoke of tyranny, it will eventually come back to us. When the Taliban blew up statues of Buddha,
I guess this would
even
be
though
a
I'm not
pro-Ukrainian
Buddhist,
argument.
it came back to me. Evil unchecked and appeased, we always pay a heavier price than if we confront it.
Okay. Good.
Charles Lindbergh, a very American hero in many ways. Very brave guy.
Jesus, thank God we
This
got
is
some
what he said in April 24th, 1941. When history is written, the responsibility for the downfall of the democracies of Europe will rest squarely upon the shoulders of the interventionists who led their nation into war uninformed and unprepared. When history is written, the responsibility for the downfall of the democracies of Europe will rest squarely upon the shoulders of the interventionists who led their nations into war uninformed and unprepared. How well did this age? The democracies in Europe fell because we allowed Hitler to get strong.
Yes.
Every time he would go into the Sudetenland, you name the early intervention. We wrote it off, we appeased him. No, Mr. Lindbergh, you were wrong. The reason the democracies in Europe were at risk and failed is because we did not stand up to Adolf Hitler while it really mattered. The reason that 50 million people died is because you didn't get it. Father Coughlin, the demagoguery from this guy is being used today, demonizing people, trying to convince the American people, those people over there don't matter to you. Well, let me tell you what matters to the American people.
This is a pro-Ukrainian argument.
When forces like Putin rear their ugly head to take Ukraine, they're not going to stop. they're going to keep going.
Yes.
And we have NATO commitments to countries around Ukraine. Vote yes for this package to help the Ukrainians continue to fight the Russians before Americans are fighting the Russians.
Yeah.
And how does America get into this conflict if a NATO nation is attacked?
Yeah.
This is my favorite. September the 11th, 1941. Now, when I say September the 11th, most Americans kind of listen, because that day does live in infamy. So Charles Lindbergh made a speech on September the 11th, 1941, in Des Moines, Iowa. And here's what he said. When this war started in Europe, it was clear that the American people were solidly opposed to entering it. Why shouldn't we be? We had the best defensive position in the world. We had a tradition of independence from Europe, and the one time we did take part in European war left European problems unsolved and debts to America unpaid. It is obvious and perfectly understandable that Great Britain wants the United States in the war on her side. England is now in a desperate position. Her population is not large enough, her armies are not strong enough to invade the continent of Europe and win the war she has declared against Germany. If England can draw this country into the war, she can shift to our shoulders a large portion of the responsibility for waging it and for paying the cost. He is arguing that the Lend-Lease program that President Roosevelt came up with to help the island nation withstand invasion by the Germans was a foolish endeavor. That this small group of people in England cannot possibly win, and we're betting on a loser. The loser is Lindbergh. The winner is Churchill and the British people. This attitude exists today. People in this body, right before I spoke, talk about we can't help Ukraine because we have too many problems in other places.
True.
They can't win. They were supposed to fall in 4 days. Look what's happened. 200 and something days later, they've destroyed half of the Russian army, taken back half the territory Russia seized,
well, not half
and
of
now
the army,
they need our
half
weapons
of the
in a desperate fashion. They're trying to defend their homeland, and they're asking for us not troops, but weapons that can matter. And I will say to everybody in this body, you sell the Ukrainians short at your own peril. You're in the camp of Lindbergh, trying to convince the American people, pull the plug on England.
Yep.
They're in a fight they can't possibly win. What Lindbergh and others didn't realize, that their fight was our fight. And let me tell you why Ukraine's fight matters to us. If we don't stop Putin now, he will keep going.
True.
And let's talk about what he says. Just as people in the
Poland.
30s,
Nice.
Lindbergh and Father Coughlin and Chamberlain, let's bring him back to life here. How horrible and fantastic, incredible it is that we should be digging trenches and trying on gas masks here because of a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing. This is when Hitler annexed the Sudetenland in violation of all the agreements they signed in World War I. He was telling the British people, this is sort of a German thing. I know he's violating the agreements we had to end World War I, but, you know, it really doesn't matter to us. Boy, were you wrong. He didn't want the Sudetenland. He wanted the world. He wanted a master race. And guess what? Mr. Chamberlain's analysis of Hitler is not aging too well in history. To the people of this body who are going to vote today, you're miscalculating Putin if you think it's just about some dispute with Ukraine or he's threatened by NATO. No, yeah, I'm sure he's threatened by NATO, but he has an ambition here. Putin in 2016, the borders of Russia never end. Putin in 2022, when Peter the Great was at war with Sweden, taking something away from it, he was not taking away anything, he was returning. When he founded the new capital, none of the European countries recognized this territory as part of Russia. Everyone recognized it as part of Sweden. He is telling you in Russian history, because you claim it, he wants it, the Russians are going to take it. This is Medvedev. One of Ukraine's former leaders once said, Ukraine is not Russia. That concept needs to disappear forever. Ukraine is definitely Russia. This is the former president of Russia. He's telling you, and you're not listening, that they want more than Ukraine. Ukraine's part of Russia. The Ukrainians don't believe that. They're fighting like tigers. I don't believe that. If you give him Ukraine, he will want Moldova. Then the Balkan nations, he'll make claims to them because they used to be part of the Russian Empire. Hitler wrote a book and nobody believed him. Putin and Medvedev, to their credit, are telling you exactly what their ambitions are, and you're not getting it. You're making the same miscalculations that they made in the 30s. You're making the same arguments. They can't win. It's not our problem. Stay out of it. Don't help people fighting for their freedom. That gets you more war, not less. 50 million people died in World War II because they got it wrong in the 30s when they could have gotten it right. We haven't lost one American soldier, but if you don't help Ukraine now, that will change unless you want to completely abandon NATO. I am saying it as loud.
I completely do not believe that the bill will not pass. I'm sure it will pass.
And Americans who are not involved will be involved. And you think this war costs a lot now? Wait till you're in a war with Russia and NATO and see what that costs. I am not telling you things that I made up. I am quoting people who are in charge of Russia. Nobody believed Hitler. You should have. You should believe these people. They have a mission. Isolationism leads to more war, not less. Isolationism takes off the table confronting evil at a time is the weakest. Isolationists, in the name of peace, create more war than they ever avoid because the bad guy won't stop. Here's what you got to understand. Does the Ayatollah, what does he want? He tells us he wants to destroy the Jewish state. I believe him. He tells us he wants to purify Islam in his own image, the image of Shiism. I believe him. He tells us that we're the great Satan and he's coming after us. I believe him. So the Ayatollah has an agenda that Israel can't accommodate. You cannot accommodate somebody who wants to kill you. Hamas doesn't want to advocate for the Palestinian people a better life. They want to kill all the Jews. The agenda of Hamas is not to make the Palestinian people more prosperous, it's to destroy the Jewish state from the river to the sea. These people are religious Nazis. What do you expect Israel to do? October the 7th was an attack not to restore the dignity of the Palestinian people, but literally to rape and murder and kill the Jews. Isolationism allows that to go unchecked. America First says, let's help Israel. Let's help Ukraine. Let's turn it into a loan rather than a grant. Let's get Europe to do more and pay more. That's a big difference to me. To the people in this body, if you don't help Israel now, you're seeing the worst possible signal to the Ayatollah. If you believe as I do, he wishes to destroy the Jewish state, how can you vote no? I know our border is broken.
That's enough. I want to hear the Ukrainian parts. Where's the... I'm gonna continue the game for now. Should do some segments as well later. That's for sure. These a little bit relaxed. That's fine. Not every stream needs to be intense. Sometimes it's okay to just relax a bit. I assume you cannot interact with these. Yeah. We are proud soldiers of the Empire. Try to keep up and not hold us back. Why do the Empire have to go on missions with such motley bunch? Oh, jeez. A joint operation with the League of Nations. Well, not that I mind. Did you hear? House Kesting's second son is participating in this operation. What good is a pampered young soul and soul going to be, for crying out loud? You idiot. Huh. I mean, katanas break easily as well. I guess the Empire is gonna be the bad guys as always. When I hear the word Empire, I think bad guys. This is my first mission. Some of the Empire guys don't like the idea of joint operation, don't provoke them. Hey, you better not Dragon Gar. Huh. The Watch of the League of Nations aren't regular soldiers, we're a mixed bag of mercs and all sorts. Hey rookie, watch works, no okay. Okay, let's go. Oh. Schlag, onigiri, swable. Jesus. I'm getting tired. I don't know why I'm so tired today. In traveling on field, you can change the camera angle with... Okay. Oh yes. Mm-hmm. Is this where we're headed? Okay, who's this guy?
Critical need. You're setting in.
Okay. This is the dead end for now. Ooh. Battle. Let's go. The loading's slow. Very slow.
敵か。
When you meet an enemy on the overworld and legendary enter a turn-based battle. Oh, we're all at level 1. Huh. Damn. Poor little baby. Level up. Yee, level up. We've leveled up. I'm so proud. Yeesh.
ここがおそらくあんたが言ってた森になるぜ、注意殿。
Wow. Bleh. Oh my goodness. Yeek. True. Well said. He just doesn't want to waste time. He just doesn't. Come on.
うちのノアはこんなに可愛げあるのに。
ほら、バカなことを言ってないで。行くぞ。
True. Let's not waste time. Let's not waste time, indeed. In fact. Oh, this kind of game. So this kind of game, you gather ingredients. Wow, is it gonna be like in the Rising game?
こいつは厄介だな。回り道を見つけるのも容易ではなさそうだが、こいつをどけるには、人手がいる。捜索隊の本体でも呼ぶか。
少しどいていてくれるか。
And I slash the boulder.
何を。
Oh.
これは魔導レンズの魔法か。いや、気配が少し違う。
帝国では魔導レンズの力を増幅させる研究も行われている。今のは制御リングで力を集中させたもの。
すごいな。俺にはあんな使い方はできない。
あれ、ノアもレンズ持ち？私も。ほーら出ろ。ね、今ちょっとだけ見えたでしょ。魔法は使えないっぽいんだよね。
魔導レンズは所有者の才能に左右される。お前には似合いのレンズということだろ
う。なるほど。そうなるとこの隊は全員がレンズ持ちか。あんたも？
ええ、一応。
ならここ。
しかし制御リングか。すごいな。俺の村じゃ聞いたこともなかったよ。
ノアの村ってどんなとこ？
山奥の田舎の村さ。
両親は警備隊に入るの賛成してくれた？うちは反対でさ。
いや、両親はもういない。
あ、
ごめん。
大丈夫。村のみんなが家族みたいなもんだったし。マーサおばさんはすごい心配してくれたけどね。
そろそろいいかな。先へ進もう。さあ来い。見えた。
ほちゃーほちゃー。とどめです。戦闘終了。他に敵影なし。
また強くなっちゃった？
How classic this game is. Oh. Should be something cool here, knowing there should be something hidden here, no? Nothing?
さあ、行くよ
とどめです。戦闘終了。他に敵影なし。
さあ、行くよアターアター。
これで勝ちだ。
楽勝
Oh yeah. Okay.
さて、覚悟しなよ。
Let's check on the... Who's this?
Now, when you print that much money and you put it in an economy, you get inflation. Why? Because you have too much money chasing too few goods. That's kind of the definition of inflation. We got ourselves into this between the Federal Reserve and Treasury, who printed money with nothing behind it except the full faith and credit of the United States, which is not nothing. But when they did, they put
This was painful. Tomorrow, for the next 3 days, we're going to be doing theory. Lots of theory. How dare you, Sunday, imply that there isn't a method to me sticking my dick in an anthill. Hopefully when I send you to Queenman, he's not on a transphobic rant, but you never know, so... Godspeed.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah. とどめだ。紙一房、そよぐことなし。
敵を確認。迎え撃ちます。やった
いや行け。
楽勝。昇進ですか？
この霧、嫌な気配が満ちている。気を抜かない方がいい。
どうやらピクニック気分とはいかなさそうだ。
さあ行くよ。やったせいや。
肩慣らしにもならんな。
We're back.
ここは？
ふむふむふむ。こいつはなんかおかしいですぞ、ノア君。
Hi. Let's listen in and see what's being told on the floor. Oh gosh.
An extension of the expiring provisions of Section 702. It wasn't. It expanded 702. It expanded the opportunity for the government to tell communications providers, you will give us this information without a warrant. They expanded the warrantless searches in that bill. The Fourth Amendment was under attack, and where again, we just swept it under the rug. And now we're passing a bill to spend $95 billion that's unpaid for. And you know, we have good reasons for making the decisions we do around here. My colleague, Senator Graham, just voiced very articulately why we should help Ukraine, why we should help Israel, why we should help Taiwan, that our enemies are watching. Well, let's fix this bill and make it better and then pass it. But we're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to have a debate. We're not allowed to have amendments. We're not allowed to make it better. We have one choice, yes or no. And if you vote no, by golly, you must be an isolationist. Well, I'm voting no. I'm not an isolationist. I have previously voted many times to help Israel. I have helped bring motions to fund Israel specifically to the floor of this Senate as a standalone bill. And the Democrats shot us down. And the Democrats shot us down from having a trial that was required by the Constitution. And further, we didn't get to amend the bill that came to us regarding Section 702 of FISA. Now, that debate was bipartisan. There were a lot of Democrats and Republicans who wanted to join together and fix that bill. And the people who encouraged us to vote for that bill knew it was faulty. They knew it was faulty. They knew that language was too broad. They knew we should fix it. They said, you know what? Let's pass it now because the time's about to expire. It's 11:30 p.m. FISA 702 expires in half an hour. We don't have time to fix it. And yet we sat on our hands and fiddled around the whole day.
Oh,
we
the vaccine.
could have fixed that.
Okay, vaccine talk. I see. I see. Are we back? No.
これは
注意線来るぞ。武器を抜け。
しかし姿がそこだ上
さあ行くよ
What is this thing? It looks like I don't even know.
剣の力を。攻撃を開始する。
How's my HP? Nobody's really wounded. I don't even need to heal. Easy. Easy.
紙一房そよぐことなし。
今のは
フォレストイーターだな。俺の村の近くでも出たことがある。
Forest Eater。
俺たちの技術っていうか経験もなかなか役に立つだろ。
ああ、助かった。
ガオーだ。その名で呼んでいい。
ありがとう、ガオさん。
ああ、なんか違うが、まあいいさ。
見よと申す。
あれれ、自己紹介してなかったっけ？
He did in the base.
リャンだよ。私の活躍もちゃんと見てたよね。
一応。
帝国に戻ったら噂してもいいよ。すごいかっこいい子がいたって。
ノア。
先に見つけたのは運が良かっただけだよ。じゃあ先へ進もうか。遺跡ももうすぐじゃないかな。俺の勘だと。
ああ、調子に乗ってる。
これは
ちょっとノア。
霧が晴れていく。どうやらこれが関係していたようだな。
もしかしたら遺跡を守るトラップのようなものかもしれない。そういう仕掛けの報告も見た覚えがある。
これで先に進めるかな。
Wait, there's sand inside?
「敵を確認。迎え撃ちます。
これで終わり。
紙一房そよぐことなし。
これは
ルーンの遺跡の痕跡のようだ。
これはもしかしてもしかすると当たりかも。魔導レンズの導き。
もう少し進んでみよ
う。Let's listening on the thing.
おお、注意さん。どうやらあんたには月があるらしい。
ほらほらほら、私も言ったじゃん。絶対当たりだって。
だが入り口は閉まっているようだな。
この遺跡がまだ生きているのならこれで。
ルーンの遺跡と魔導レンズは深い関係があります。打ち捨てられ反応しない遺跡もありますが、
それじゃあこれで遺跡発見ってことでいいんだね。
いや、まだこれが目的の遺跡かはわからない。
目的の遺跡？
ああ、本当に探しているのは 原初の魔導レンズと呼ばれるグレードの魔導レンズだ。それが存在する可能性があるので、これだけ大掛かりな作戦になっている。
そういえば村で会ったお嬢さんも言ってたね。
我々が持つそれとは違うと。
ええ、未だ数えるほどしか発見例はない。
なら話は簡単さ。中に入って確かめるしかないな。
君は躊躇がないな。
ああ、ここにはまだ見たことないものがあるみたいだしね。
では内部を探索ということでよろしいですね。
さて、覚悟しなよ。
よし、はっ
えいか
よし、はっみんな、やったぞ。こんなもんさ。
It's not, just not saying anything. Let's see if there's anything happening. Okay, let's listen.
Forgetting the wise caution left to us by our first president, the father of our country, George Washington, who warned against entangling our peace and our prosperity with the affairs of other nations. He said,
of course,
why? Why? Quote, by interweaving our destiny with that of any part of Europe, entangle our peace and prosperity in the toils of European ambition, rivalship, interest, humor, or caprice. Close quote.
Biggest trade partner.
Indeed, it seems no price is too high. No weapon system is off limits. Our only strategy appears to be spend, 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 and then spend some more with
support our
little
allies.
To no thought given to the consequences.
This is so stupid.
It's
again
the continuation of a lackluster approach to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, devoid of coherent strategy while allocating the vast majority of its funding to Europe and the Middle East, neglecting, of course, the looming threats from China and the warnings from great national policy experts like Elbridge Colby.
Supporting Ukraine is a deterrent
who warn
to
us time
China.
and time again that the same weapons that we're depleting, sending to other parts of the world, sending to Ukraine, are those that are in such dire need in Taiwan and elsewhere.
Of course.
The $13 billion in military aid to Israel is juxtaposed with the
It will totally not send a signal to China should Russia win. Totally not.
In civilian aid going to Hamas. Now, some would say, you mean Gaza. And I say, no, I mean Hamas. You cannot send this aid, even if it's labeled as humanitarian or for some other noble-sounding purpose. If you send it to Gaza, it is aid to Hamas. Hamas terrorists. These are the same terrorists
who massacred, who butchered, who savagely mutilated innocent men, women, and children in Israel just a few months ago in October. The architects of this bill undermined their own goal to secure stability and peace in the region. And so I've come to the floor in an attempt to soften the blow to the American people. And to that end, Mr. President, I'd like to call up Lee Amendment number 1902 for consideration. My amendment would require Ukraine to repay the money loaned to it, and that the funds repaid be used to secure our border. If Congress is so determined to send taxpayer money abroad, then the repayment of this loan
will be
should not be
rejected, of
waivable,
course, yes?
and must be used to secure our border. Now, it's
The
sad
US
that
has
that
enough
shoring
to...
up our border and
this is
protecting
so
our own
stupid.
citizens has to come at the mercy of our debtors. But that is what this administration thinks of everyday Americans, that they don't deserve protection. We should be voting on H.R. 2, and we should be doing that today. We should be addressing the crisis at the border. Instead, we're focused on sending money to secure Ukraine's border, not our own.
It's about a war.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with amendment number 1902.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Now, if the objection is that my proposal is somehow not germane, then I'll offer another amendment. I want to bring up Lee Amendment 1857 for consideration. It would ensure that the repayment of the loan Congress seems so determined to give Ukraine is exclusively used to pay down the U.S. national debt. This bill demands the American people dig deeper into their pockets, funding the salaries and pensions of Ukrainian officials and humanitarian efforts under the guise of a loan. The unsettling truth is that this loan can and almost certainly will be waived, possibly leaving Americans without any reimbursement. I think that's part of the plan, in fact.
Good.
Makes it easier to swallow.
Good plan.
Makes it look like something less than what it is.
Also, yes.
My amendment addresses
of course,
this concern
keeping
by prohibiting
Ukraine
any cancellation of the debt owed by Ukraine
economy
and
afloat
ensuring
is
its
important.
repayments go directly to the U.S. national debt. By presenting this amendment, I aim to offer the American people the financial security and oversight this bill currently lacks, deliberately so, effectively serving as an insurance policy against irresponsible fiscal gambles half a world away. And so I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with amendment number 1857.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Next, I'm going to call up in a moment Lee Amendment number 1882 for consideration. If we're genuinely concerned about security, let's just start by securing our own citizens' personal information, securing it from foreign adversaries. My amendment would prohibit the sale, transfer, or sharing of American personal data to governments like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran without explicit consent from the individual. Now, for weeks, proponents of the House-passed bill to force the sale of TikTok, legislation included in the package we're debating, have told us that this legislation is vital to protecting the security of Americans' data. The reality, however, is far more complicated. Indeed, forcing the sale of TikTok through that legislation won't itself secure the data of users. Instead, it'll simply allow another company to purchase TikTok and do with their users' data what they may. Only by changing the underlying law and preventing companies from handing over Americans' information to our adversaries can Congress secure the personal information of every American. And my amendment aims to do just that, rather than engage in a regulatory game of whack-a-mole, whereby we allow ourselves to be distracted by whatever company happens to be making headlines at the moment. My amendment would implement a comprehensive prohibition on any individual or company operating in the U.S. from selling, transferring, or sharing the data of an American citizen to the government of a foreign adversary without that individual's express consent. This is a serious solution to a serious problem. No company should profit by exposing the personal information of an American citizen to a hostile foreign power, whether that company is owned by a foreign national or by an American citizen. And to that end, I ask unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call my motion to concur with amendment number 1882.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
Objection is noted.
This really is too bad. These are some really good amendments.
Really good.
Apparently, we're not allowed to have those. We're just allowed to, sing off of whatever hymnal they happen to hand us. It's been pre-blessed by the law firm of Schumer, McConnell, Johnson, and Jeffries. And that's unfortunate. Next, I want to call up Lee Amendment 1860 for consideration, which proposes to strike all emergency spending designations from the bill. We cannot continue to spend under the guise of an emergency, especially when an actual emergency, a real-life, present-tense, presently located emergency involving the security of our own nation's national border.
Because the biggest war since World War II is not an emergency, apparently.
Not just that it's not being resolved, it's not even being addressed at all. This irresponsible practice has led to a ballooning national debt, now nearing $35 trillion. It'll soon blow past that. If this spending is necessary, it should be subject to the same budgetary constraints as all other government expenditures.
How am I doing?
This bill spends almost $100 billion. $100 billion we don't have. On top of the more than $100 billion Congress has already appropriated for the war in Ukraine over the last 2 years, in excess of $113 billion, if I'm not mistaken. We'll spend more money on interest payments on our national debt this year than on all base defense spending.
Oh, I have some.
And within a year, I believe we're likely to be spending well over $1 trillion a year just in interest on debt. If Congress believes it's worth spending $100 billion we don't have, Congress should be making sure that that sum of money will be fully offset or subject to appropriate budgetary enforcement. So my amendment would strike the emergency designations in this bill to subject this additional spending to the annual caps Congress agreed to last year while simultaneously preventing the bill's budgetary effects from escaping proper enforcement.
Things are not going
so,
in a
Mr.
bad
President, I ask
direction.
unanimous consent to set aside any pending amendments and motions in order to call up my motion to concur with amendment number 1860.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I object.
The objection is noted.
For your concern. House Fallout 4.
Mr. President, it's profoundly distressing and disappointing, to say the least, that these common sense amendments have been so cavalierly objected to. That they've been met only with one-word objections. Although my amendment to strike the emergency designations, all of them, drew an objection pursuant to Section 314E of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I intend to raise a point of order against these same emergency designations for international disaster assistance and migration and refugee assistance for Gaza. We are, in the end, going to have to acknowledge that we're at a critical juncture, compelled to reevaluate our priorities as a nation and our responsibilities to the American people. Every decision we make must be weighted against the best interests of those we're sworn to serve, and not those of people abroad, but those who are right here at home. Waving the flag of another nation in Congress as you vote to send them tens of billions of dollars doesn't inspire confidence. It creates distrust. As legislators, we've failed in our duty if we don't heed the call to prioritize the American people first. And so, to all out there who find this distressing, to the distressed Americans, to the distressed carpenters, the distressed plumbers, the distressed poets. I'm sorry that we weren't able and willing to secure the border. We should have been able to do that. We made a promise, and we as Republicans shouldn't have deviated from that promise. Certainly not with the critical mass necessary to facilitate passage of this in the House, and then, before the night's finished, likely the Senate. Certainly not under the leadership of our own elected Republican leaders, who themselves had repeated this promise just not too many weeks ago. A promise that's now apparently a thing of the past that we're supposed to forget. This $95 billion aid package to foreign countries is a stark testament of the misguided priorities of our current congressional leadership, and a clear indication that we've let ourselves, and perhaps more critically, the American people, down. The situation demands a wake-up call to every member of this body. By failing to address the fundamental needs of our own people, the American people, in favor of international interests, we risk not only the prosperity, but also the security of our nation. And make no mistake, this isn't free. Although it can feel free to those of us who work in this hallowed chamber, it can feel free to us. It can feel as if we draw from an endless, unlimited well, but we don't. As we've seen to an acute degree over the last few years, every time we spend more money than we have, that comes at a cost. Sure, we borrow the money, and sure, the credit of the United States is still just good enough that it can feel like we have the capacity to just print our own money, which is essentially what we're doing. But every time we do that, every dollar earned by every hardworking American.
I'm so irked by those anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia shills.
In this country,
Jesus
food on the
Christ.
table for their kids.
Using
Suffers.
stupid arguments like, oh, if
As
we
they're having to
give
shell
aid
out an
to
additional
Ukraine, then we
$1,000
cannot
a
take
month
care of
every
our
single
own.
month.
Because
Just to live.
the US is so
Put a
poor.
roof over their head.
The US
and
is such
keep
a poor
food on the
country, you
table.
see.
I agree with the assessment of Nobel laureate, famed economist Milton Friedman, who said that at any given moment, the true level of taxation in America can best be measured not by the top marginal tax rate or even the average effective tax rate, but instead by the overall level of government spending. This, he explained, perhaps referring to the odd combination of credit rating and the way our deficit spending works, that in effect, every year when we look at overall government spending, especially federal spending, that's the true cost of the federal government, because what we don't collect in taxes, we effectively print and thereby devalue every dollar that is earned by every American.
I have a few topics to
by
cover
degrees.
today, by the way, so that's
Unlike other expenses that people have, monthly bills that they receive or their annual tax return that they file, there's no billing moment attached to this. There's no price tag. You don't ever see the overall amount that you're spending in this, as you do, or at least once a year when you file your federal income tax return. No, it's very different with inflation. Each dollar is diminished bit by bit. The federal government is costly, and when it sends money abroad that we don't have to fund somebody else in fighting a war against somebody else, that costs money. Another thing we learn about these proxy wars is that in the United States of America, which has assembled the greatest military force the world has ever known, certainly the strongest military force that exists today, proxy wars that carry on for going on 2+ years now. We're in our 3rd year of this effort. They don't remain proxy wars forever. It becomes especially startling when the proxy war is being fought against a nuclear-armed adversary. That is not to say that we can never push back.
Yes, we should just allow Russia to invade Ukraine, then invade the Baltic states, Poland. Sky's the limit. The sky's the limit.
What it's going to take to secure the peace so that we don't have to fight that war. We don't
You're not fighting anything. You're sending weapons.
National security.
Don't bullshit us.
Simply by funneling money through a proxy. Whether that proxy is a great steward
no U.S. soldiers on
of
the
the
ground,
funds,
as far as I know.
weapons, and resources that we send, or not. Whether that country happens to be one that's proven impervious
Ridiculous.
to fraud, corruption, money laundering, and grift, or not. We should be concerned about what happens to that money because it's ours and because how it's spent is going to have a very direct, very real potential outcome on the American people. We cannot pretend anymore that we have the money to do this, that the economic cost is free.
I don't meet
that the
many.
military risk
No.
is free.
I actually
None
don't
of
meet
them
many
are.
pro-Russian
Shame
supporters
on
in
us
real
if we
life,
don't turn this around.
anti-Ukraine. No.
Shame on us if we pass this
That
tonight.
makes sense. I
Shame
live in
on
Poland.
us if we
I will
do
not
this
meet many anti-Ukraine,
without taking
pro-Russian
any
supporters
steps
here.
to secure
That's
the
going to be
integrity
a
of our
pretty
own
rare
border.
occurrence
Thank you,
in
Mr.
Poland.
President. I yield the floor.
Because the issue is pretty close. That's going to be the main reason. The issue is pretty close to home. And also a lot of Polish people just know Russia. Poland also has been colonized by Russia. And a lot of people understand this. Certain things are being taught to us early on through the school system. I'm pretty sure you learn about Russification for the first time in primary school. At primary school level. Or used to, at least, when I went to school. So yeah, I've not met many anti-Ukrainian people in Poland. It's a real possibility. I've forgotten some of it, but from what I remember of being taught about Russia, USSR, it was in high school and kind of mainly was just about how, well, So in other words, you didn't get much education about Russia itself because, you know, there was a whole Russia before the USSR. Which naturally in Poland you learn about. Pretty early on. I don't know.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
I'm gonna be real, I'm shaky on the defining characteristics of communism beyond the people sees the means of production. Well, there are certain, you know. There are many characteristics, but you don't have to worry about that when talking about the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union didn't really adhere to any of the characteristics, so. Especially the one you just listed. Workers seizing the means of production was definitely not part of the Soviet Union's agenda. I guess there's a break. I'm gonna be. What topic should I tackle today? Maybe the chemical weapons topic. Let's see. Let's go through the topics actually. Why not? I don't see why not. These are our topics for today. Chemical weapons used in Ocharetina. Pretty messed up. The US giving, that's like a daily thing. Corruption, a corruption case in Ukraine. That's also a topic for today. This might be a topic, civilians being killed. About how there was an important, that there was a big breach in the front line, which is related to the topic of using the chemical weapons. Apparently, gaining this sort of city of Chernihiv is actually, is that the name of the city? Chernihiv? Ocharetina is actually a pretty big deal when it comes to the situation on the front line overall. Well, keep in mind that the whole idea was for a vanguard party that would lead the people. Like that was already a big move away from communism, right? The whole idea of a vanguard party that must lead the people because the people are not aware enough to lead themselves. Let's see. That's the end for today. Let's go to the Polish TVP World. TVP World has been pretty okay on many things. So Hungarian Gazprom, that's a topic that we could be talking about today. The whole sponsorship of a football club in Hungary, that's sort of a thing that we could be talking about. I guess we'll be a bit selective with the topics. We'll handle one or two or whatever. I mean, I'll give credit to TVP World that it sort of allowed independent journalists that probably other platforms would not on to talk about various things like, I don't know, demining or something. Russia moves tactical nuclear missile systems to Finnish border. That could be a topic, definitely, because Russia gets really angsty and really angry whenever talk about moving nuclear weapons to Poland is breached. So it is okay for Russia to move nuclear warheads wherever it wants, but when NATO retaliates, suddenly it becomes bad news. Suddenly that becomes escalation. So I guess that's a thing that we could be discussing. That might be a good idea. We'll see how much time we've got. Hungary ruling party support declining ahead of EP elections, European Parliament elections. That's also a good topic because this is something that has been brewing for a while. This scandal surrounding Orban's Fidesz party, how the whole pedophile scandal, the whole protests demanding for him to step down, while it might not make his regime crumble outright, it seems like there's like a possibility of a decline in popularity in the wake of the European Parliament elections. I guess I'm giving everybody right now a preview of what sort of topics we've got in store. We've got a whole pool of topics that I've sort of pre-selected for this stream. Even though I mainly plan to play a video game, but, you know. There you go. There's also, as always, Putin ally warns of retaliation if seizure of Russian assets occurs. There's been a lot of discussion about the seizure of the Russian assets, the $300 billion worth of assets. Like, there's been talk of how complicated it is on a legal level to do. Like, it creates complications just taking seized assets and using them outright. Like, one of the proposed solutions was to just use the revenue that the 300 billion generate. That would be much simpler to sort of push forward and make happen. Although, of course, this as well is a very slow process. It would not happen overnight. Of course, there's a lot of bureaucracy involved in that as well. So that's also a hurdle. But recently, some politicians like the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, if I'm not mistaken, has also spoken about just straight out using the funds, just not even revenue, just straight up taking the frozen Russian assets and just giving it to Ukraine to rebuild or, frankly, whatever they want. Although I assume, because Ukraine is not exactly 100% free of corruption, so I suppose there would be some supervision as to how the funds would be allocated, especially since, like, Ukraine is still on its way when it comes to getting rid of the corruption. It's still on its way. It's making big strides. It's making big progress, but there's still a lot of work to do. And that is an unfortunate legacy of the post-Soviet bloc countries. Poland had to go through curbing of its there have been pretty big cases of corruption in Poland as well, as it was on its way to join the European Union. And of course, there are still cases of corruption. There were cases of weird corruption under the Law and Justice Administration. Under the Law and Justice government, there have been some very curious cases of corruption. Like buying of, I believe, equipment. What is in your hand? An empty thing for a testosterone blocker. Empty container for a testosterone blocker. Empty medicine plastic. So yeah. We could be going through those topics. Let's see if there's any update from this guy. So yeah, we might as well sort of just do some topics right now. We'll see if this is going to resume anytime soon. And in the meantime, we might as well do a topic. For example, this one. If it resumes, I'm just gonna edit it, whatever. Whatever's clever, we can handle it. I'm good enough to do some editing. So as you may know, for some time it's been a pretty open secret that Russia has been using chemical weapons in warfare, gas, specifically various types of gas. I've seen people quite a few months ago do fundraising for gas masks for soldiers without really revealing any details, actually saying, oh, I cannot say much, but like there's a fundraising for this type of gas mask starting right now. I'm starting it for the unit that I'm staying with. And then she'd post a thing saying, thank you guys, we've bought the masks. Some of them have already done good work and saved lives. It is, of course, no secret that in this war, Russia does not respect any sort of conventions when it comes to warfare, when it comes to conducting warfare, when it comes to respecting any sort of rules of war. No, it is illegal. Of course, it is illegal. It is illegal, but Russia doesn't care. Russia never cared. Just as it is not very legal to indiscriminately bomb civilians, is it? Just as it is not very legal to kidnap children and transfer them to Russia and make them Russian. Just as it is actually, believe it or not very legal to force people in occupied areas to get a Russian passport and then to conscript them into the army. All these things are illegal. And all of these things are the things that Russia just does not care about. Russia just doesn't care. Like using gas is not allowed in warfare. Just using gas is not allowed. Chemical weapons are not allowed in warfare. All you'd assume wrong. Countries that engage in war do hold to certain covenants. Even Hitler didn't use gas, but that's because of personal, like I guess in the case of Hitler, that's because more of a personal experience than any sort of keeping to international law, as he didn't care much about that. Especially since at the time of Hitler, certain international laws were not even formed yet. But Hitler actually, believe it or not, there's this trivia about Hitler that he forbade using gas because as a soldier in World War I, he himself succumbed to gas and did not like the experience very much. So he sort of forbade it. Which did not stop him from using it for the Holocaust, of course. But in warfare, he did forbid it. Because of his experience on the battlefield during World War I. But yeah, Russia just doesn't care about anything. There's a reason why there's an ICC warrant on Putin, that Ministry of Children, and at least 2 Navy officers. The 2 Navy officers have been... the ICC arrest warrant has been put on those ICC officers because of their indiscriminate bombing of cities. Oh yeah, there's... Okay, let's go. Let's list a few more things that are illegal and Russia just doesn't care about. Targeting journalists. That's one. Journalists are supposed to be these neutral parties that are not supposed to be targeted at war. Field medics. Field medics are not supposed to be targeted. And yet they are explicitly targeted by Russian forces. Especially like those places on the front line where the wounded are being targeted to be transported for further treatment. Those places are explicitly targeted by Russia, and that is also not allowed. As you may know, Russia does this tactic of double strikes when it comes to attacking civilian areas. Like they strike, they wait for sort of help to come, for those help services to come, and then they strike that help. They strike at that help. They wait and they do a second strike to strike at the help that comes to help the civilians. So just Russia does not care. And yes, Bucha was naturally a war crime, to say the least. When in Ukrainian cities you have mass graves of 440 people discovered. But the point I'm making is that
Senator from Vermont.
No, okay, there's
Speaker, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Speaker, here is the good news. A few weeks ago, the approval rate in Congress was 10%. It has gone up to 14%. According to a recent YouGov poll, 14% approve what Congress is doing and 68% oppose. And I would tell my friends on both sides that it's about equal. In terms of who people want to elect, it's about half Democrats, half Republicans. Now, why is that? Why do we have a 14% approval rating? Well, it might have something to do with things like we are witnessing today and the degree to which the Congress is completely out of touch with where the American people are. So let me read some other polls, not on favorability, but on people's feelings toward the role the United States is now playing in the war in Gaza. April 10th, Economist YouGov poll. 37% support decreasing military aid to Israel. 18% support an increase. And to my Democratic colleagues, I would say 48% of Democrats support decreasing aid, 10% support increasing aid. Then there's a March 29th poll from Axios Ipsos Telemundo poll of Latinos, Latino people. 16% of Latinos said the United States should continue to support Israel with arms and funds. 39% said the U.S. should not be involved in the conflict. March 27th, Gallup poll.
I personally think
36% of Americans
Ukraine
approve of
needs
Israel's
much more
military
support
action,
than Israel.
55%
That is the
disapprove.
truth.
Among Democrats, 18% approve, 75% disapprove. March 27th, Quinnipiac poll. Overall, voters oppose sending more military aid to Israel by 52% to 39%. 52% oppose more aid, 39% support more aid.
It's going to talk about
Democrats,
Ukraine, right?
63% oppose sending more
talking about
military
Ukraine,
aid,
yeah?
25% support. March 11th, YouGov, 52% of Americans said the U.S. should halt weapons shipments to Israel until it stops attacks in Gaza. So you got a whole bunch of polls. They differ a little bit, but they say pretty overwhelmingly that the American people do not want to give more military aid to the Netanyahu war machine to continue its horrendous, destructive policies in Gaza.
Yeah. Irpin.
That's what the American people are saying. Earlier
There are probably
today,
more cities
I
like
tried
this,
to bring
make no
up
mistake.
two amendments
There are
dealing
definitely
with
more
the crisis in Gaza.
cities
One
like
of them
this that we just don't have access
basically
to.
said that the United States
There are
should
more
not
mass graves to
support,
uncover,
should not supply
unfortunately.
any
That's
more
basically a guarantee.
offensive military aid to the Netanyahu government. I support defensive measures, the Iron Dome. The Israeli people have a right not to be attacked with missiles and drones. That amendment, that amendment could not even get a vote. That's the United States Senate today. People overwhelmingly are in opposition to more U.S. aid. We can't even discuss this issue and have a vote. Mr. President, why are the American people as opposed as they are to more aid for the military in Israel? Well, among other things, it may have something to do with what some of the Israeli leaders are saying, and in fact, who they are.
Fascist.
And I think the American people are catching on that what we have today in Israel is not the Israel of Golda Meir, Yitzhak Rabin. It is a government now significantly controlled not only by right-wing extremists, but by religious zealots.
True.
Mr. President,
the Netanyahu
today,
government is basically fascistic.
What we are seeing is a situation where Netanyahu himself has never favored
It is
a
good to
two-state
get frustrated
solution,
by that cratering.
and he has made that very clear.
It is very good
and
to
has
get
worked
frustrated
to
by
systematically undermine the prospects for a deal. And I might mention that a two-state solution is the policy of the United States government. His parties, Netanyahu's party's founding charter, reinforced in the current coalition agreement, says, quote, that, quote, between the sea and the Jordan River, there will only be Israeli sovereignty, end quote. For many years before October 7th, Netanyahu told his allies in private that it was important to bolster Hamas to ensure that the Palestinians could never unify and form their own government. In January, in terms of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Netanyahu said, and I quote, we provide minimal humanitarian aid. If we want to achieve our war goals, we give the minimal aid, end of quote. The rest of the government, or many others in that government, is similarly extreme. At the start of the war, the Israeli defense minister declared a total siege, saying, quote, Israeli defense minister, we are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. End quote. Another minister at the start of the war posted a picture of a devastated area in Gaza, saying it was, quote, more beautiful than ever, bombing and flattening everything, end quote. Another Israeli lawmaker said, quote, the Gaza Strip should be flattened and there should be one sentence for everybody there, death. We have to wipe the Gaza Strip off the map. There are no innocents there, end quote.
Well, that's a call for genocide.
Several officials have openly talked about reestablishing Israeli settlements in Gaza. The current intelligence minister, among others, openly talks of permanently displacing Palestinians from Gaza. Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who oversees the police, has long advocated for the forceful expulsion of Palestinians from the region. This is the current Israeli National Security Minister. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, responsible for much of the occupied West Bank, has likewise long expressed extreme racist views and has called for the expulsion of Palestinians from their lands.
Bernie Sanders,
He
a
has
good
called
representative
for segregated
of
hospital wards for Jews and Arabs
Polish Jewish
because,
people.
quote, Arabs are my enemies, end quote. As a younger man, he was arrested by the Israeli authorities on suspicion of anti-Palestinian terrorism. That is the man who is the current Israeli finance minister. Mr. President, this is a significant part of Netanyahu's government. Those are some of the people whose war we are subsidizing. We can pretend to ignore all of this. We can pretend that today's Israel is the Israel of 20 or 30 years ago, but that is just not the case. And the reason I raise these issues and talk about some of the people in the Israeli government is to understand that what is happening today in Gaza is not an accident. It is a bringing forth, a doing of what many of these people have wanted to do for a long time. It should come as no surprise that this extreme government in Israel right now is not simply waging a war against Hamas, and Israel has the right to defend itself from the terrorist organization Hamas, but it is at war with the entire Palestinian people and fighting that war in a deeply reckless and immoral way. And that is why the Netanyahu government has consistently ignored President Biden's requests that they do more to minimize civilian casualties, that they be more targeted in their approach, and that they let more humanitarian aid in. And so, Mr. President, given the attitude and the beliefs, the racist beliefs of a number of people in the Netanyahu government, let us take a look and see what is happening today in Gaza. We all know that Hamas, the terrorist organization, began this war with a horrific attack on Israel that killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children and took more than 230 captives, some of whom are still in captivity today. And as I have said many times and repeated a moment ago, Israel has the right to defend itself, but it does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people, including women
Biden
and
even
children.
said so. I see. Interesting. Biden
President,
said so.
let's take a deep breath and listen to some of these facts. And no one disputes these facts. War is about 6.5 months old. More than 34,000 Palestinians have been killed and 77,000 have been wounded. 70% of whom are women and children. 70% of whom are women and children. That means that 5% of the 2.2 million people in Gaza have been killed or wounded in a 6.5-month period. That is an astronomical figure. The number of people dead and wounded, the percentage of them, 70%, who are women and children, is almost beyond comprehension. Mr. President, 19,000 children are now orphans in Gaza, 19,000 having lost their parents in this war. And when you think about the children in Gaza, literally it is hard to imagine. Imagine a 7-year-old in an area where the whole community has been flattened, where there's massive death, where there is no food, there is no water, you have no schools. Your parents may or not be alive, relatives are dead. That is what the children in Gaza are going through right now. And I doubt that any of them will ever fully recover from the psychic
Well, it will
trauma,
radicalize them, of course.
the terrible, unbelievable trauma
It will
that they are
radicalize
experiencing
them.
at this moment. And, Mr. President, the killing has not stopped. Over the weekend, 139 Palestinians were killed and 251 were injured. Of these, 29 were killed in and around Rafah, including 20 children and 6 women, one of whom was pregnant. Just today, more news emerged about mass graves found by Palestinian health authorities and UN observers at the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis and the Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. So far, more than 300 bodies have been found. The UN Human Rights Office reports that the dead include elderly people, women, and wounded people, and that some have been bound and stripped of their clothes. Some of these bodies apparently had their hands tied, the UN said. Mr. President, what can we say about this horror? Roughly 1.7 million people, and it's, again, hard to understand. Maybe think, members of Congress, think about your own state and what this would mean and look like in your own states. Remember, we're dealing with a population of 2.2 million people, which is about 3.5 times the size of the state of Vermont. Roughly 1.7 million people, over 75% of the population, have been driven from their homes. It's not a community which has been forced to evacuate in order for a military action to take place. This is 3/4 of the population driven from their homes. Satellite data shows that 62% of the homes in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, including 221,000 housing units that have been completely
We're not going to be
destroyed.
hearing about Ukraine from him.
A number of months ago
Gonna be
in
mainly
Vermont, we had a terrible flood,
Israel.
and dozens of houses were destroyed, and I saw the impact of what the destruction of dozens of houses in my small state meant. We're talking about 221,000 housing units that have been completely destroyed. But it's not just housing. Mr. President, Gaza's civilian infrastructure has been devastated. There is little or no electricity apart from generators or solar power. Most of the roads are badly damaged. More than half of the water and sanitation systems are out of commission. Clean water is severely limited, and sewage, raw sewage, is running through the streets, creating disease. But it's not just housing and civilian infrastructure. And this is quite unbelievable. But there is a reason, I think, for all of this. None of this is happening by accident. Mr. President, Israel has systematically destroyed the healthcare system in Gaza. We're not talking about an occasional accidental bomb that destroys a medical unit or a hospital. Those things happen. What we are talking about is the reality that 26 out of 37 hospitals are completely out of service. They have been bombed and attacked in all kinds of ways. The 11 hospitals that are remaining are partially functioning, but they are being overwhelmed by tens of thousands of trauma patients, and they are short on medical supplies. So you got 77,000 people who have been wounded, and you got almost all of the hospitals out of commission. And I met recently with a group of American and British doctors recently returned from Gaza, where they had gone, bravely risking their own lives, to try to help alleviate the terrible suffering taking place there. And it is difficult to relate the unspeakable things they witness. They saw thousands of patients, many young children, killed or maimed in Israeli bombings. They operated on little children already orphaned on dirty hospital floors. On many days, they had no morphine. On other days, no water or clean gloves. They knew that many victims, even if they survived the week, would die of infection without access to sanitary environments or antibiotics. They reported that the Israelis would not allow them to bring in wheelchairs or syringes, claiming they might have some military use.
Syringes? Military use?
They witnessed Israeli forces systematically cutting off electricity, food, and water to hospitals, then abduct medical workers with no affiliation to Hamas.
If only
they reported that
someone
Israeli
would make
soldiers
the bold
destroyed medical
comparison to the
equipment like
ghetto
MRIs,
Eiyuden.
oxygen tanks, and CT scanners for no apparent reason. These are American doctors who witnessed these things. Overall, 84% of health facilities have been damaged or destroyed, and more than 400 healthcare workers have been killed. An extraordinary number. But we're not just talking about housing being decimated. We're not just talking about physical infrastructure being decimated. We're not just talking about a healthcare system being decimated. Mr. President, Gaza is a
I have to
young
educate
community. A lot of
myself on
children
the
live
conflict
there,
more.
and their
A lot of
educational
people.
system has been destroyed. 56 schools have been bombed and completely destroyed, and 219 have been damaged. Schools. The last of Gaza's universities, I think they had 12 universities in Gaza,
12.
and the last one was demolished in January.
12
now, I'm not
universities.
quite sure how fighting Hamas has anything to do with destroying universities, but it does lead
People would
to
say
the
they
fact
store
that some
weapons there or something.
625,000 students in Gaza have today no access to education. Mr. President, just today, David Satterfield,
Anything can be justified.
U.S. Special Envoy for the Gaza humanitarian crisis, said that the risk of famine throughout war-devastated Gaza, especially in the north, is, quote-unquote, very high, and that more aid must reach those areas. He said, and I quote, "We have always stressed that we were in a man-made situation and it can only be addressed by political will and decisions." End of quote.
Yeah,
So on top of the destruction of housing, infrastructure, healthcare, and education, we're now looking at mass starvation and malnutrition. The United Nations estimates that more than 1 million Palestinians, including hundreds of thousands of children, face starvation. Desperate Gazans have been scraping by for months, foraging for leaves or eating animal feed. At least 28 children have died of malnutrition and dehydration, and that is a number that came out several weeks ago. There's no reason to believe that the real number is not much, much higher. USAID Administrator Samantha Power said that famine was already present in northern Gaza.
I recall certain streamers calling it
Without food, clean
fake
water,
famine.
sanitation, or sufficient health care,
Who-
hundreds of
who was
thousands of
it?
people are at severe risk of dehydration.
Pretty sure some streamer
infection,
called it a
and
fake
easily
famine,
preventable diseases.
a made-up famine
Yet, for months,
by
thousands
the far
of
left
trucks
or
carrying
something.
life-saving food, medicine, and other supplies
I remember
have
that.
sat just miles away from starving children. Got that? And I hope we all try to put that image in our minds. Starving children over here, trucks loaded with food on the other side of the border, unable to get through. And they were kept from entering Gaza by Israeli restrictions and a brutal war fought with little regard for civilians. But let us be clear, and I think this is the main point that I want to make this evening.
Right.
This war stopped being about defending Israel and going to war against Hamas a long time ago.
Yes, I agree.
This is not any longer a war against the terrorist organization called Hamas. This is now a war that has everything to do with the destruction of the very fabric of Palestinian life. That is the goal of this war.
Which there is
It
a
is
term for
impossible
that.
to look at these facts and not conclude that the Israeli government's policy has been to make Gaza uninhabitable.
Which
That's what
there's
some
a term for that.
of their government leaders have wanted, and that is, in fact, what is happening. These are not accidents of war, mistakes. This is calculated policy.
A fake famine in
Indeed,
the
this is what
sense that
has been going on systematically
that certain
over the last
streamers
6
claim
months.
that the
These cruel
far
actions
left
are
advocates
entirely
just
consistent with the public statements
lie
of
about
numerous
the state
Israeli
of the
senior
famine.
officials, including Prime Minister Netanyahu himself. Mr. President, that brings us to the United States' role in this horrific war. Put simply, we are deeply complicit in what is happening. This is not an Israeli war. This is an Israeli-American war. Most of the bombs and most of the military equipment the Israeli government is using in Gaza is provided by the United States and subsidized by American taxpayers. The U.S. military is not dropping 2,000-pound bombs on civilian apartment buildings. The U.S. military is not doing that, but we are supplying those bombs. The United States of America is not blocking the borders and preventing food, water, and medical supplies from getting to desperate people. We are not doing that. But we have supplied billions of dollars to the Netanyahu government, which is doing just that. So this is not just an Israeli war, this is an American war as well. And yet, despite the massive financial and military support the United States has provided to Israel for many years, Netanyahu's extremist government has ignored urgent calls from the president and others to alter their military approach and to end this humanitarian disaster. In my view, the United States' unconditional financial and military support for Israel must end.
Ukraine should
That
be
is
the
why
one to remain.
I offered an amendment to this bill to do, in fact, what a majority of the American people want us to do, and that is no longer to provide military aid to the destructive Netanyahu government.
Give that aid to Ukraine. That is my amendment.
President, I would have welcomed the chance to vote for the humanitarian aid provision in this bill. Terribly important that we start feeding people, not only in Gaza, but in Sudan and all over the world. It's an important provision. I want to support it. I believe very strongly that we should support Ukraine and help them defeat the imperialist ventures of Putin and the Russian army.
But
I'm not going to be able to do that because I'm going to stand with the American people today who oppose more money for Netanyahu.
That's not good.
So let me conclude, Mr. President, by simply saying this.
That's not good.
What we are doing today
You should be
is
voting
very
in
bad
favor
policy.
because of Ukraine.
We are aiding and abetting the destruction of the Palestinian people. What we are doing today is not what the American people want. And I say to my Democratic friends, it is absolutely not what Democrats. A lot of Republicans don't want us to continue that as well. But a strong majority of Democrats are saying enough with Netanyahu's war. You just can't give him another $10 billion for unfettered military.
I'm worried.
But I suppose in a little while, as things happen here in the Congress, we will ignore the needs of the American people. We will not pay attention to what they want.
Hopefully.
And then we are shocked, just shocked, that we have a 14% approval rating. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
I'm not entirely happy with this. Not at all, in fact. You should not be advocating for voting against aid to Ukraine. It's pretty... no. That's... no. That emboldens China, that emboldens Iran. No, that's just a no. Horrible idea. This is why tying these sort of things together is a very bad idea. Because there will be the Bernie Sanders who say they would like to vote for Ukraine, but they will vote against Israel. That is exactly why these things should not be tied together ever. It should not happen. Okay, well, let's wait for them to continue, resume. So we've been talking about how Russia has been using chemical weapons. We've been talking about the gas. And now gas has been employed in the fighting and capturing of a crucial city in Ukraine. Military Russian forces using chemical weapons to storm Okharetina. Situation difficult. I'm pretty sure by now the city center has been captured at least. It's a very hard situation. Very difficult situation. And apparently capturing this particular city gives Russia a big sort of advantage when it comes to strategy, when it comes to being able to spread to other regions. There's like that's apparently a very good position to launch strikes from, this particular city, which is apparently a pretty big upset when it comes to frontline breaching. That is what I've heard. That is what I've read. That is what I've been made aware of. Russian forces are deploying chemical weapons in an attempt to capture the village of Okharetina in Donetsk Oblast. Apparently, some people go as far as to say that the capturing of this particular city would be a catalyst to Donetsk Oblast falling altogether. But let's not get overexcited. Let's not get overboard. Let's remain a certain level of sort of calmness. Although it is apparently a very significant place. Nazar Voloshin, the spokesperson for Ukraine's Kortystsia group of forces, said on April 23rd. In a post on Telegram, Voloshin said Moscow's troops were using the entire arsenal of weapons available, including chemical poisons, to attack Ukrainian positions, adding the situation was difficult. Like, as for right now, the city center has been captured, as far as I know, forcing Ukrainian troops to retreat. He did not specify which types of chemicals were being deployed, but hundreds of cases of the use of suffocating and tear gas grenades, usually dropped from drones, have been recorded since the start of the full-scale invasion, with the number of incidents increasing significantly in 2024. So it's been just happening since the very beginning, and now it has simply escalated this year. Russian naval infantry units themselves confirmed they were using prohibited chemical weapons in the village of Krinky, located 30 kilometers northeast of Kherson. The Institute for the Study of War said on December 23rd, because Russians are nice enough that they usually just straight out admit to their war crimes without any shame. And of course, there will still be pro-Russian shills, pro-Russian debaters, pro-Russian advocates that will just say that it's not true, even when Russia itself admits it. Riot control gases such as tear gas are classed as chemical weapons when employed on the battlefield, and as such are prohibited in warfare under the Geneva Protocol of 1925. Okharetina is a village some 50 kilometers south of Chasiv Yar, the Ukrainian town currently at the center of Russia's military push to take more territory in Donetsk Oblast. Voloshin said on April 22nd that around 20,000 to 25,000 Russian soldiers were trying to storm Chasiv Yar and the settlements on the town's outskirts. Chasiv Yar lies around 10 kilometers west of Bakhmut in Donetsk Oblast and 50 kilometers 31 miles north of Avdiivka. Cities Russia captured in May 2023 and February 2024, respectively. Russian troops have been focusing their efforts near Chasiv Yar, which they see as crucial for further advances towards.
Mr. President, it has been no easy task to get us to this point.
We're going to continue
later. The world
later.
has been watching. The clock has been ticking. We are finally at the finish line, and I'm not just glad but relieved. We are finally about to pass a bill from the House that, as many of us have noted, includes every pillar of the package we passed overwhelmingly here in the Senate back in February, essentially identical in the funding that we're providing. I think it's fair to say, thanks to the bipartisanship and a shared commitment to doing what is best for America, the Senate has made its voice heard in this process. In particular, I want to once again thank my counterpart and Vice Chair, Senator Collins. We don't agree on everything, but we both had a real appreciation for the seriousness of this work and the importance of negotiating a bill that would pass both chambers. As I have said, this package is not the product I would have written just by myself. It is the result of a difficult bipartisan process. Crafting this package has required serious, sober discussion, not partisanship, not political show. So thanks to Senator Collins, Leader Schumer, the Minority Leader, and many others, this legislation provides the resources necessary to make the world safer for America and its allies. We are delivering investments to address the challenges of today and investing in our strategy for the future. This package makes clear that Congress understands that the conflict in Ukraine is not disjointed from future aggression by the Chinese Communist Party.
Correct.
From the beginning, I was clear the challenges we face around the world are interconnected. We have to deliver a comprehensive package.
It is a deterrent to stop Russia from
this
China
package ensures
from
that America keeps its word to all of our allies and stands by all of our commitments. And especially important to me, in passing this package, we do not lose sight of the human reality on the ground. The fact that in the middle of every conflict are civilians, people displaced from their homes, people facing obstacles getting basic medical services, and kids and families who desperately need food and water. I made certain at every step that this bill delivers badly needed humanitarian assistance for Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, and many other regions caught in conflict. So now we're at the finish line. Let's vote to stand by our allies, to say to dictators like Putin that they cannot invade sovereign democracies freely and unchecked, and that America will not ignore the humanity and the cries for help from civilians who are caught in the middle of conflict and crossfire who we must protect. Tonight, Moscow and Beijing are watching closely to see whether we have the vision to recognize how these crises are related and the resolve to come together and respond forcefully to them. Our adversaries are cheering for dysfunction. Let's show them unity instead.
Like if it passes the House but fails Senate, that would be just
Let's vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
It would just be bizarre. That's impossible.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, the pending measure, the House message to accompany H.R. 815, contains an emergency designation on page 12, lines 3 through 6, and another emergency designation on page 12, lines 12 through 15. I therefore raise a point of order pursuant to Section 314E of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 against both of these designations.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 and the waiver provisions of applicable budget resolutions, I move to waive all applicable sections of that act and applicable budget points of order for the purposes of the pending measure, and I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? It appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker. Mr. Boozman. Mr. Braun.
I'm so
Mrs.
juvenile.
Britt.
Boozman.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler.
So we're just gonna mute it for now. I'm gonna finish the article.
Ms. Cantwell.
Chasiv Yar lies around 10 kilometers west of Bakhmut in Donetsk Oblast and 50 kilometers, 31 miles north of Avdiivka cities Russia captured in May. I've already read this. Russian troops have been focusing their efforts near Chasiv Yar, which they see as crucial for further advances. I've heard that from a couple of different sources that the city is pretty crucial. Ukrainian troops are fighting off Russian paratroopers with the 98th Guards Airborne Division's 2017th Guards Airborne Regiment in the area near Chasiv Yar. In an interview with NBC News published on April 21st, President Volodymyr Zelensky said Russia will attempt to capture Chasiv Yar by May 9th. Like, Russia really is doing its best to capitalize on the fact that there is no aid yet. Russia is doing its best to capitalize on the fact that it will take some time for the signing of the thing for aid to come to the front line. So they're trying to, as fast as possible, to gain as much ground, which is sort of, I guess, understandable. Russia celebrates Victory Day on May 9th, a heavily militarized holiday marking the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany during World War II, which, interestingly enough, Russia has not been invited to the overall celebration of the World War II defeating D-Day, etc. Zelensky comments align with those made by Ukraine's Commander-in-Chief Alexander Syrsky on April 14th. Amid a deteriorating situation in the region as Ukrainian ammunition and supplies run short, which, of course, Russia is trying to take full advantage of. Hold on. Russia is trying to take full advantage of the fact that there is this, like, of course it would be ideal for Russia for aid not to be passed to begin with. But as things are right now, Russia still finds itself with a window sort of that it can use to push as far as possible. Actually, I've noticed, I've done a segment about aid yesterday. I felt that it was pretty negative, skeptical, sort of, about the aid, about how late it came, about what the impact of it will be on the battlefield, about, well, that we will see just how much of an upset it will cause on the front line. And it seems like some Polish general has just outdone me in that regard outright. It seems like this Polish general has just said that, oh, the US aid, it should last Ukraine for a few months or so. Which is, I don't know. I hope this is just alarmist language, but Ukraine is really lacking basically everything. Like, no, half measures will not cut it. Like, there needs to be a serious, like, effort from not just the US, but also Europe. Like, there needs to be this big push of support and aid. This cannot be stressed enough. This just cannot be stressed enough. Okay, let's see what's happening in the Senate. There's not enough, there's, what can I say? There's so many things that can be said about this whole situation. Like, that we are where we are, and I don't think I'm gonna be unfair when I say that we are in the situation that we are with this war because of the quality of the Western aid. because it was just a drip like giving the aid. Too little, too late. There was a mishap during the unlucky counteroffensive with US sort of advisors that gave Ukraine strategy that required them to have equipment that they just didn't have. So they were given a strategy that was basically impossible to do, impossible to sort of realize. So yeah, like there's been like a lot of talk, a lot of just like puffing about helping Ukraine and staying with it for as long as it takes, but it just, we need real more swift action. Like we cannot be perpetually in a situation where Ukraine gets equipment after so much time that its usefulness gets diminished. It has to be given at a time when it's most useful, when not to give Russia time to prepare in any capacity. Just unacceptable. Oh. Yeah, sure, we're gonna...
Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no.
New Senate about to move to final passage of foreign aid bill. Foreign aid bill. For an aid bill. New Senate about to move to final passage of foreign aid bill. Foreign aid. Yeah. Foreign aid bill.
Mr. King, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye.
Hooray.
Mr. Rounds, aye.
Aye. It's gonna take a while.
Mr. Kelly,
Should be a count, like in the house. Digital count. What's happening? I don't keep score. Things should never be linked.
Ms. Hassanai.
Israel and Ukraine. These topics should never have been linked to begin with. Linking them is such a mistake. So, there's been talking how Ukraine has not sort of gotten rid of its corruption completely, and it is true. It is true that it's a process that takes time. It is a process that is sort of, especially during wartime, will be long, painful, but it is happening. Ukraine is working to take care of its corruption problem. One of the newest sort of developments when it comes to this is Ukraine's foreign minister Solsky named as suspect in corruption case. It's basically about a land grab, about sort of him trying to, through money, getting large swaths of land for himself. April 23rd, Ukraine's anti-corruption police named Foreign Minister Mykola Solsky as suspect in a criminal investigation into the illegal acquisition of state-owned land worth $7 million. The minister said on Tuesday, denying the allegations. So this seems to be one of the biggest sort of, how should I say, status cases. Like I think this is the first such case when it comes to anti-corruption crackdown that a member of the government, a pretty high up member of the government, is sort of accused of corruption. And I personally think that it's a good thing. It just means that Ukraine is serious about taking care of this problem, and it means that there are no, how should I put it, sacred cows, that there are no people being protected from cracking down on corruption, no matter what sort of position they hold in the government, which is how it's supposed to work, right? Like if corruption is happening, then no matter how high up the ladder a person doing it is, they should be tried for it. Solsky, who has overseen Ukraine's beleaguered wartime grain industry since March 2022, said he did not understand why the allegations relating to events in 2017 and 18 had surfaced now. I do not agree with the allegations, he told reporters in Kyiv after a statement from the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine detailing the findings of an investigation. The agency said current minister had led a scheme aimed at acquiring state-owned land worth 299 million hryvnia, $7.35 million, and trying to obtain land worth 190 million hryvnia. It did not name Solsky, but said the suspect was the former chairman of the Parliamentary Agrarian Committee, a post he held before becoming a minister in March 2022. The agency posted a blurred photograph of what appeared to be Solsky. These sort of land grabs, these sort of taking over agrarian land, either from smaller owners or from the public domain, so to speak, is something that is not exactly a Ukraine-specific problem. It is a problem in many countries. You could say that it is a problem in many countries. It is a more widespread problem, and I probably will want to look into it more and sort of present the thing as a wider issue, because make no mistake, this is like a corruption case in Ukraine, but the whole acquisition of land grabs, and how agrarian lands get redistributed in a very specific and not necessarily good way is not at all a Ukraine specific problem. So the agency posted a blurred photograph of what appeared to be Solsky. After the statement and Ukrainian media reports naming him, Solsky confirmed he had received a notice of suspicion in the case. I have nothing to do with this land, he said, adding that he did not plan to tender his resignation. I guarantee maximum openness to establish the truth. There's no need for this. All the data is open to law enforcement, and the evidence and arguments of the parties are being considered by the courts, Solsky said in separate statements. I guess we will see how the proceedings will go, if the minister will be found guilty or innocent. But it's still a good thing that there is a crackdown on these sort of things, that nobody's just free of suspicion because of the position they hold. Solsky is the first known minister under current President Volodymyr Zelensky to be named as suspect in the corruption case. Zelensky has tried to project a zero-tolerance stance on corruption, and last year sacked his defense minister after graft allegations pertaining to the defense ministry. Lawmakers have said in recent days that they expect a government reshuffle soon, and certainly by the end of spring. So that's it. That's basically all I have to say about this. I'm glad that Ukraine is serious about cracking down on corruption. I'm glad that there is no position you can hold that will sort of shield you from any sort of allegation or suspicion on the count of corruption. And this is also a good gateway for me to sort of in the future get into the let's just say shady acquisition and accumulation of farmland in various countries. So that's basically all I have to say about this topic. That is all she wrote on that one. What's happening here? What is happening in the Senate? What is happening here? As always, I hope you've enjoyed this whole thing.
Mrs. Capito, aye.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden, aye.
Oh, this is happening. We might do
Ms. Cortez Masto,
an
aye.
additional topic.
Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Marshall, no.
I'm not a fan of how this whole thing just with Bernie Sanders went down in the end. Like, I would so like to support Ukraine, but I cannot because of this Israel.
Mr. Mullen, aye.
I'm just not a big fan of the fact that these things are just so tied together. This shouldn't be the case at all. Okay, let's take a look at a case. Since we're this is like a Polish thread explaining why this whole thing in Ocheretyne is like very crucial. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, I just have to review this. I'm a bit tired. Oh, you enjoy my coverage of news? Well, thank you. So it seems like, you know how Poland has said that it's ready to receive nuclear weapons via the NATO sharing program, how both Prime Minister of Poland and President of Poland had stood in unison, had stood together like brothers to announce that basically we're ready if Russia is going to move nuclear warheads to Belarus, then we in turn, via the NATO sharing program, are going to have nuclear missiles in the area ourselves. And the thing is that there's this weird double standard going on here, right? Russia sort of treats it like this. We can deploy nuclear weapons wherever we want, at the border with NATO, at the border with any NATO country, Poland, Finland, wherever we want, and that's okay. Because for us, that is basically just, I don't know, either defending ourselves or establishing our dominance in the area. But should Poland respond to this sort of thing, the deployment of warheads in Belarus, now that becomes a big problem. That becomes escalation from Russia's perspective. Like it is this ongoing problem, and I'm sad to say that to some extent the West seems to be playing ball, seems to be playing to this tune of Russia can basically do whatever it wants, and it is never treated as escalation. It is never treated as this thing when the West responds with, hey, you're sort of escalating a bit here. Like there is a limit. Like there will be a response from us if you keep escalating like this. There's no such thing. But like Russian stance is basically we can do anything and you can do nothing. And the West seems to be playing ball to that sort of thing to a degree, which is a bit disappointing, to be quite honest. Like, I'm not a big fan. You know? Not a big fan. And we're seeing another example of that here. And the Russia moves tactical nuclear missile systems to Finnish border. 1 second, we'll see if there's anything. Russia moves tactical nuclear missile systems to Finnish border. Capable of striking targets up to 500 kilometers away, Russia has deployed a bridge. Capable of striking targets up to 500 kilometers away, Russia has deployed a brigade of Iskander-M missile launchers along the Finnish border. As confirmed by the Izvestia new platform, the move comes as Vladimir Putin seeks to reinforce the newly formed Leningrad Military District, LMD. Stationed in Karelia, a Russian region bordering Finland, the mobile short-range ballistic missile system is known for its precision, reaching speeds of approximately 7,500 kilometers each. Missile has an accuracy of 30 meters. Built to carry either conventional or nuclear warheads, weighing up to 1,500 pounds, the 9K720 Iskander-M was first used in combat in 2008 during Russia's war with Georgia. Since then, the missile has been used against Ukraine. Speaking to Izvestia, Admiral Vladimir Valuev, the former commander of the Baltic Fleet, said, "The formation of a missile brigade is a very timely decision. This is an adequate response to Finland's accession to NATO." See, it's like we're gonna saber rattle about the nukes. We're just gonna saber rattle about the nukes now because of Finland's reasonable response to Russia's actions. We're just gonna deploy troops everywhere. We're just gonna keep deploying nuclear arsenal. Breaking its tradition of neutrality, Finland infuriated the Kremlin when it joined NATO in April of last year. This prompted the formation of the LMD, and the news of Iskander-M missile systems bolstering the district has further escalated tensions. Which, you know, sort of seems to be Russian modus operandi of we can basically do anything we want and there should be no response. And when there is any response, Russia just treats this as provocation, escalation, and any other thing that they can use in the book to sort of continue what they're doing, basically. And what they are doing is, make no mistake, an attempt to rebuild the empire, the Russian Empire. Which makes me worried because, as we may know from history lessons, Poland has historically been a part of the Russian Empire. In fact, very interesting factoid that I might as well share with you while we're waiting for stuff to happen in the parliament, well, in the Senate. I might as well share with you this interesting factoid, little bit of a thing. After a failed uprising, Poland very nearly adopted a Cyrillic alphabet. A Cyrillic alphabet that would have been very, very specific to the Polish language. Here it is. I'm going to show it to you on screen. It would have a lot of letters that would only exist in the Polish language because there are sounds that sort of seem to exist in the Polish language, but not necessarily in any other Slavic language. Like on, yon. The difference between h and h written with a c. That's a whole thing. So, let me show you. See? This almost became the Polish alphabet during the Russification period. It refused it. It rejected it. It was part of Russification. That's why. It was in the 19th century, after a failed uprising against Russia. In the book Elementary for Countryside Children, which was published in 1865, we have a variant of the Polish Cyrillic alphabet. It was just not adopted because people did not refuse to be Russified. That is why. Polish people refused to be Russified. They refused to use it. See yon here. It will be this does. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna show you which ones do not exist in any other, in Russian or Ukrainian or Belarusian for that matter, or any other language that use Cyrillics. I'm pretty sure this does not exist. This does not exist. This would be only in Polish. This would be only in Polish. This would be only in Polish. What else? This would be only in Polish. This X with a little sign on above. This does not. This is like taken from the very old script that is not in use anymore. This is just, this is a revival of some very old type of script. So that would be only in Polish. Interesting, huh? I'm pretty sure this also extends to this, but I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure it also extends to this sort of thing. There's even an example of a text written in this, of a transcription of a Polish text written in the regular Polish script and in the Cyrillic script. because Poland was more in the Latin sphere of influence when the when the written language was forming, and the rest of the Slavic countries were, I guess, more in the Greek sort of sphere. It's like this, you know. Like Poland was more baptized through Germans than anybody else. It was a whole thing when Polish people and Germans were supposedly friendly, but all that sort of ended. And Polish people and Germans were no longer friendly. That's a whole thing. You know? That is a whole thing. Let's look at some different topics. Oh, yeah. That topic. The seizure of Russian assets. So as I've said before, the whole Russian assets thing is like a whole long story. Like most of these assets, I'm pretty sure, are located in Europe. It's like $300 billion worth of frozen assets. And there's been constant talk on using these assets to aid Ukraine rebuild. And there's been talk of how complicated it is. There's been talk of how legally difficult it is to just take those funds and sort of give them to Ukraine. But there's been ideas floated around of using the revenue that the frozen assets accumulate and give that to Ukraine in order to allow it to rebuild or even to sort of fuel the war effort. So that's been happening for a while now, because even this sort of has a lot of bureaucracy behind it. Even that has sort of a lot of necessary decision making that needs to be done. This sort of thing also will, if agreed upon, will take months to implement. But very recently, there's been talk of actually, as I've said before, among other politicians, the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk has floated the idea, has said that there needs to be more serious discussion about actually taking the frozen assets, not just the revenue, but the assets themselves, the 300 billion, and giving that to Ukraine for whatever purpose it deems fit. And I agree with that. The assets should just be taken and they should be given to Ukraine. That would be a big boost to the war effort, certainly. And of course, it is not a surprise, it is not a shocking development that Russia is not particularly in favor of that. Russia is not really a big fan of their frozen assets being taken and used against them in a war. Well, if they're not happy, then they should just not war. They should just not wage a war of aggression. Although I would argue that even if Russia would withdraw all of its troops tomorrow, today, or whatever, I would argue that still Russia should be made accountable for what it's done in Ukraine. And I would argue that the best way to make Russia accountable would be to use those frozen funds to rebuild Ukraine. So in any scenario, I think that using those assets is good. President Vladimir Putin's ally, warned Europe on Tuesday that if the West seizes nearly 300 billion in Russian assets and uses them to aid Ukraine, Russia has already drafted legislation to retaliate. After President Vladimir Putin sent troops into Ukraine in 2022, the United States and its allies prohibited transactions with Russia's central bank and finance ministry, blocking around 300 billion of sovereign Russian assets in the West. Top officials in the United States want to seize the assets to help support Ukraine, though some bankers and European officials are worried that simply taking the assets would create a dangerous precedent, which is why everybody's extremely hesitant about doing it from a legal standpoint. The U.S. House of Representatives passed legislation on Saturday, including a bill with a provision that would allow the confiscation of Russian sovereign assets, though the lion's share of the assets are in Europe, which is very important. It is a very important part that the majority of these assets reside in Europe, and ultimately it is Europe's decision as to whether or not seize those funds and give them to Ukraine. We have also a prepared answer. Valentina Matvienko, the Speaker of the Russian Upper House of Parliament, was quoted as saying by state news agency RIA, "We have a draft law which we are ready to consider immediately on retaliatory measures. And the Europeans will lose more than we do," Matvienko, who is a member of Russia's powerful Security Council, said. Matvienko did not give specifics on what the response would be to the seizing of Russian assets, which is still under discussion in the West. One option being... One moment. One option being discussed by the West is to confiscate the income of the underlying assets without taking the actual asset itself. In March, Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs Radosław Sikorski expressed his support for freezing Russian assets in the West to help the Ukrainian war effort. "I believe that the aggressor should pay for the results of its aggression, since we already know Russia will not get this money unless it pays reparations to Ukraine. It would be better to earmark it to prevent the effects of aggression on the defense of Ukraine than only on its reconstruction." Yes, true. That's right. It should be that this money should be used for the defense of Ukraine, correct? Economic war. Putin says the West unleashed what he casts as an economic war against Russia, but he has touted both the resilience of the Russian economy, which grew 3.6% last year, and the failure of sanctions to stop Russian trade. There are a lot of reasons why Russia manages to sort of sidestep the sanctions. Many, many reasons. The Kremlin has repeatedly said that any seizure of its assets would go against all the principles of free markets that the West proclaims, and that it would undermine confidence in the US dollar and euro while deterring global investment and undermining confidence in Western central banks. I don't know. I think it's perfectly like Russia does not play by any rules. Russia breaks all rules that it can. I think it's perfectly acceptable for those assets to be seized and given to Ukraine. I'm going to be honest here. Russia has said it will challenge any confiscation of its assets in the courts. Like, I don't know. He's very weird to me. Very, very weird. Some Russian officials have suggested that if Russian assets are confiscated, then foreign investors' assets stuck in special so-called C accounts in Russia could face the same fate. Well, the question is if those if it would even out, even remotely. It is not clear exactly how much money is in these accounts. I am willing to bet that it's not $300 billion, but I might be wrong. I think I am pretty sure okay, this is speculation territory, but I'm pretty sure that if Russia had access to $300 billion of additional cash, they would utilize it. On Monday, the Speaker of the lower house of the Russian parliament, Vyacheslav Volodin, stated that Russia had grounds to seize Western assets following the move by the U.S. House of Representatives. Volodin said that of the $280 billion of Russian assets frozen abroad, only 5 to 6 billion was in the United States, while about 210 billion euro, $224 billion was in the European Union, which that's accurate. I don't know. My personal opinion on the matter is that those assets should be, in fact, frozen. My personal opinion is that, in fact, that money should be used for Ukraine to defend itself. That is my stance on the matter, and I will stand by it. I will stand by it. 6.5 hours of streaming. Damn, a marathon. Lucy's going for a marathon. Lucy as a white chicken. So what's happening now? What is happening now? What an uproar. If the bill wouldn't pass, that would be just such a shock to me. I'd be so surprised if it just didn't pass outright. I don't know. It feels to me like it's an impossibility for the bill not to pass, to be quite honest. Like, it passing the House of Representatives but failing the Senate would be such a... I frankly just don't see it as possible. Lucy, I'm encountered with a dilemma. I'm tired, but I don't want to sleep because Fallout 4 is calling my name. You know what you should do? You should donate to this stream and support your favorite streamer. Also, you should sleep and play the game when you're rested. While we're at it, you should play the game while rested. I cannot rest. There's no rest for the wicked. I just have to watch this thing unfold, even though I'm pretty sure that this thing is in the bag. I highly doubt that the unhinged speaker speeches about how aiding Ukraine is bad will sway the Senate to vote against the bill. I'm fairly confident. I'm fairly confident in the result of this vote. This had not passed. If this wouldn't pass, I'd be just like, what? That's no. I would if I had money. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're a good viewer. Thank you. You're always here watching Lucy's stream. The amount of horrible horse crap I've heard about Ukraine today from people speaking here. Of course you're good. You're the best. You're the best. You are the best.
Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker.
Yay.
Mr. Bozeman.
Bozeman.
Mr. Braun, Mrs. Brett. Mr. Brown, Mr.
What
Wood,
a night
Ms.
just
Butler,
spending
Ms.
it
Cantwell.
like watching a bunch of people vote.
Mrs. Cappuccio, Mr. Carden. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr.
Seal of
Coons,
approval from the streamer herself. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Cornyn,
What fascinating
Ms. Cortez Masto,
spectacle
Mr.
in the
Cotton,
Senate,
Mr. Kramer,
observing
Mr.
the
Crapo,
Senate at
Mr.
work.
Cruz,
Just
Mr.
people
Daines,
sitting
Ms.
at the
Duckworth,
stairs.
Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher.
Okay, thank you. I will take a look at it, okay?
Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley.
Thank you. I'm just sitting at the stairs. This is just what a
Mr.
relaxed.
Haggerty,
What a relaxed
Ms.
atmosphere
Hassan,
at
Mr.
the
Hawley,
Senate.
Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper,
Hacking liver.
Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven,
Mr. Rono.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly,
Johnson.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr.
Oh,
King,
as in Mike Johnson?
Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee,
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis,
Mr. Lujan, Mr. Donat.
Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul,
Mr.
Peters,
Paul. Mr. Paul.
Mr.
These
Reed,
names
Mr.
are fun
Wickets,
to listen
Mr.
to.
Risch, Mr.
True.
Romney, Ms.
True.
Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz,
Oh, Sanders mentioned.
Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Chester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr.
Lord Baron Sparkle, Satan. What?
Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr.
What?
Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms.
Satan
Warren,
the Third? Satan the
Mr. Welch,
Third.
Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Like two Satans before. Satan the Third. Lord Byron Sparkle, Satan the Third.
Senators
Like
voting
Lupin
in the
the Third,
affirmative.
Satan the Third. What happened? What's funny?
Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal,
Baldwin.
Booker, Britt, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Capito, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin,
Duckworth.
Ernst, Fetterman,
That's a
Gillibrand,
surname.
Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hyde-Smith.
That's the gist
Kane,
of absurdity.
Kelly, Kennedy, King,
Ugh.
Klobuchar, Manchin, Markey, McConnell, Menendez, Moran, Mullen, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
Aye.
Mrs. Fisher,
The ayes have it.
aye.
This is on the passage, right? The ayes have it.
Ms. Rosen, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Barrasso, Blackburn, Braun, Budd, Haggerty, Johnson, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Merkley, Rubio, Sanders, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Vance, Welch. Mr. Hawley, no.
No.
Mr. Langford, aye.
Aye. It's mostly ayes from what I'm hearing. It's not gonna be BS. There's not gonna be BS shenanigans. It's gonna pass. You'll see. I don't think it's even in question whether or not it will pass. I'm just sitting here to see it happen, I guess. I'm just sitting here to see the magic happen. I just not like on the edge of my seat, with thinking, oh my God, will the aid bill pass?
Mr.
Will it
Lujan,
pass?
aye.
Who knows? It is unknowable. It's very knowable. It'll pass. Mark my words. Mark my deeds. Bernie Sanders gonna vote against. As he cannot in good conscience support Ukraine when there is Israel tied to this. He said as much. He said as much. U.S. Senate doing its thing. Sitting bored. So bored. Look at this asshole. Hungary's ruling party support declining ahead of European Parliament elections, which is understandable. There's been this whole scandal revolving the president of Hungary that had to resign, of course, pardoning a person that covered up pedophilia, which created this whole big anti-Fidesz sentiment. Many protests happened. Like, this is an ongoing situation. Fidesz, a right-wing party led by Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, is sleeping in opinion polls just weeks before European parliamentary and local government elections. Orbán's Fidesz support among Hungary's general population has declined from 29% in early March to 25%, which is not insignificant. According to a poll by Zavets Research cited by the 24 Hungary website. Yes, give me the joke. Meanwhile, among voters declaring an intention to take part in the upcoming elections, the party's support base has shrunk from 45% to 35% over the same period. There you go. Had a great conversation with Adolphin the other day. I feel like we really clicked. Jesus. The fall has occurred amidst political scandals and increasing opposition pressure. The Dziennik.pl website reported that after a quiet start to the year, the government's popularity was hit by the president Katalin Novak pardoning someone convicted of covering up pedophilia, a scandal that ended with her being ousted from office. And one more person was also ousted from office, being the former the former Minister of Justice, I think that Justice, who was also a member of the European Parliament, had to resign as well. And her husband made a whole stink. Ex-husband. Since the affair broke in February, Fidesz has failed to rally its support to the HVG Hungarian Economic Weekly wrote. The presidential scandal coincided with the entry into the opposition camp of Peter Magyar, whose harsh criticism of Orbán's rule has seen his support base rise to 11% of the general public and 14% of those intending to vote. Like, there's a story behind this opposition person, the ex-husband of the other person that was forced to resign because of the pedophilia scandal, because the ex-wife of this person, who is now in the opposition, was supposedly the person who pushed for the pardoning to begin with. Okay? We need full context of this story. And I'm providing it. The article does not seem to be providing the full context here. But thankfully, I know the full context, so I can just share it. I can share it with you, like the good person that I am. The small Tisa Magyar recently took over with a view to running in the European Parliament elections and looks set to win as many as 3 of Hungary's 21 seats. Another opposition grouping, the Democratic Coalition, headed by former Prime Minister Ferenc Gyurcsány, remains Orbán's main threat. However, with 13% general support at the backing of 22% of potential voters. Elections to the European Parliament will be held in Hungary on June 9th, at the same time as local government ballot. Actually, I'm not sure which of one of these guys is the ex. So I'm going to be careful. I'm going to say that I'm not sure which one of these guys is the ex-husband of the ex-minister of justice that had to resign. But there is this additional context that not just the president had to resign from office because of this whole pedophilia debacle. There's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to it. It's a really big situation that involves quite a lot of people. Quite a few people are involved in this whole situation about
Mr. Sullivan, aye.
So yeah, I guess that's it when it comes to this topic. How long have I been streaming? Over 6 hours. Jesus. I am getting tired.
Ms. Warren, aye.
Aye. What a slow process. Oh, the voting. Do I have anything else for today? This seems like an interesting thing to look at. The Polish politics.
Mr. Carden, Mr. Carden.
TikTok,
Aye, Mr.
Jesus.
Cruz, Mr. Cruz. No.
The TikTok talk. Had a lot of TikTok talk today, but I sort of just, I don't know. Dedicated Lucy. I try to be dedicated. I try to be the most dedicated person in the, I don't know, universe or something. The most dedicated person in the universe. Hold on. Let me check something. Oh, there we go. The deep state map. This is the place. I guess I'm gonna add it to the segment about the gas. This is the place where the this is the city in which Ocharatine, this the place in which the gas was used, the place in which the chemical weapons were used. And see, this is like this boom, how deep this is compared to the other regions. This is apparently a pretty big deal. If this whole city gets captured, this would be a very good staging point for Russia for additional attacks in all sorts of directions. So that is not good at all, this whole situation here. You know? I'm so, like, I really resent the fact
Mr.
that
Coons, Mr.
these
Coons.
issues are still
Aye.
tied. I really resent the fact that Israel and Ukraine are tied together. Not to even mention the whole border thing. Like I resent that these things are not being voted for separately. Because if these things were voted on separately, then we'd, for example, have people like Bernie Sanders on board. And because these things are sort of just tied together, Bernie Sanders will choose to vote against on the very merit of the fact that he's going to be against the Israel aid. And the anti-Israel aid is going to sort of, for him, be more important than supporting Ukraine, I suppose. He has to make a choice, and the choice he made is to be anti-bill. From what I understood from his speech. Especially when he said, I would love to support Ukraine, but, you know, it is what it is. I can't, is what he said. How unfortunate. Very bad situation here. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Chassis VR. Fighting in the chassis VR. I guess even Russia arrests people for bribery sometimes at the end of the day. Oh, this one's interesting. Hold on. That would be a pretty big. Ukraine in talks to set up joint production of Patriot systems, as in Ukraine, I assume. That would be very cool if there would be a push for a joint production of Patriot systems in Ukraine proper. Now that would be very, very a big boost. I guess a couple of questions that I have would be, when would that production commence and how fast would it be able to, you know what I mean, how fast would that production be set up and be able to start? Kyiv is pushing Washington for the joint production of Patriot air defense systems to help Ukraine fend off Russia's war. Ukrainian ambassador to the US, Oksana Markarova, said in an interview with European Pravda on April 23rd. Ukraine is facing a shortage of air defense systems amid an uptick in Russian attacks on population centers and energy infrastructure. I still remember people saying that Volodymyr Zelensky was using people as human shields, quote unquote, because he didn't evacuate all the cities. Like, ignoring the fact that the economy of Ukraine has to function in order for the country to function, in order for Ukraine to be able to defend itself against Russia at all. Believe it or not, even though Ukraine is dependent on foreign aid when it comes to its economy and war, it still in addition needs the Ukrainian economy to function as normally as it possibly can for it all to work.
On this vote, the yeas are 79, the nays are 18. The motion to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 815 is agreed to.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 598.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary,
Easy
Georgia
pass.
N. Alexakis of Illinois to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Illinois.
Easy pass.
I send the cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on
What
the
a shock.
nomination of Executive Calendar Number 598, Georgia N. Alexakis of Illinois to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Illinois, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
In
no.
what war
The ayes
has
appear-
a country ever evacuated all of its citizens? Never.
Energies is a modernized take on the classic game releasing this summer. Like
What the hell? So I guess that's it.
or fossil
I guess it's past. So I guess all I can say now is that I'm very tired. I've been streaming for like I don't know. I've been streaming for 1 billion hours. 7 hours. Oh gosh. So if you appreciate me streaming for 1 billion hours, then join the page and I don't know, do a donation possibly. Also, by the way, speaking of the 8 passing, a lot of the 8 is already apparently stored in places like Poland. So it will not have to be shipped somewhere far away. A lot of the aid equipment is already in Poland and some other countries. So it'll just be from Poland to Ukraine, which is why many say that the aid will just come extremely fast once all the bureaucracy is out of the way, once it's you know, once it's passed, once it's signed. So, yeah. I think I'm gonna rest a bit. I've been streaming for God knows how long. 7 hours. I mean, I know exactly how long I've been streaming. All gonna, yeah. Back to title. Yes. Of course, the question is once again just how much damage has been done and just how much less effective this bill will be than it would have been 6 months ago, right? There are questions like this. So Russia's probably going to be using this window of opportunity to do whatever it can to gain as much ground till the aid arrives at the battlefield. And there you go. There we have it. I'm gonna go nap. Good night. Thank you. Love and solidarity. And I'll see you tomorrow. And I'll be doing an epic debate with President Sunday because I've already agreed that I'll be, I don't know, calling into him and debating him on life and various stuff. So there we have it. There it's all done. If I had my little flag, I would wave it. I have my little Ukraine flag, I'd probably wave it. Because the situation now is like pretty tough. Yeah, especially this region. Good night. How does one say bye in Polish? You can say cześć or dobranoc. You can say cześć or dobranoc. Okay, bye bye. Cześć or dobranoc.